Hey Ryan, how you doing? Good to see you. Figure the first one didn't go too bad, so they canceled work again tomorrow due to the extreme cold. Mel, how you doing? Hope everybody's doing wonderful. I thought I'd just try another live one. The other night went pretty well. Like I was saying a minute ago, they went ahead and canceled work for tomorrow again already because of the extreme cold around here. Hope everybody's staying warm where you're at. Well, hi Jan, good to see you. Just throwing a little chit chat together. Seeing what everybody's up to this cold evening. 17 degrees. Yeah. Yeah, I think we're actually at 26 here. We're not getting cold as a lot of the country because we're further south, but we still got hit with a big old sheet of ice. I think we got anywhere from a quarter to a half inch, depending on where you were at in the area. Snow your way. Where are you at, Jen? Exactly. Getting colder here by tomorrow night. Yeah, they say we're on to like, I don't know, round three here. We had one good round. I don't know even know where they got round two from, but because I never saw it. East Tennessee. Oh, all right. Okay. I was actually out in the Tennessee area maybe 3 months ago now. I happened to be traveling through Knoxville the same weekend that the Volunteers were playing football against, I think it was Alabama that they played that weekend, or Georgia. My God, going through Knoxville when there's a football game apparently is not where you want to be. Northeast Ohio. Yeah, you're over there in the Ohio Valley. You'll get some stuff. Crazy damage. Yeah, it can be. Fortunately, we're not anybody that's losing power. Should have stopped by. Yeah, I didn't know you then. I think I just met you, what, maybe 4 or 5 nights ago over there on Christos panel. This was like 3 months ago. And actually, that was one of those, I don't know. Most people would tell you I've been living by the seat of my pants, but that was just one of the places that was put before me. It's like we were talking. I don't know if I mentioned this on Christos panel or not. On my last live stream, somebody asked me if I had any plans for the spring, and the spring is a long ways away. I don't even have any plans for tomorrow. I put all my intention into the universe, and I just let it supply me. Now you know, and you stop by for a cup of coffee, but definitely will if I make it out that way. That's for certain. 39 there, eh, Mel? You guys aren't too bad. You're not freezing. Hey, Scott. Yeah. Hey, Derek. How you doing, brother? I'm doing wonderful. How you been? Just another day in Oklahoma. Ice storm after ice storm. For for right now, anyway, is what they're saying. I don't know. I went outside a minute ago, and there's obviously enough heat being generated in the house that the ice on the roof is melting. So I took a little shower walking out the door, but not everything is melting. So I'd say we're just below freezing out there right now. Oh, Angel, how you doing, hon? Stopping by to show some love. Yeah, I just got on YouTube and seen that you did something live a little while ago. I missed it. I was out with Maisie because regardless of how cold it gets around here, she still wants to go do her daily walk. Yeah, that was one of the things I kind of wanted to touch on today. I mentioned it in my last live stream, and we discussed it quite a bit over there on Christos's channel about of course those love this note. Yeah, I bet they do. You know, when I first got Great Danes, with them not having a lot of fur like you would see on a Malamute or any of them, a Saint Bernard that you know are snow dogs. They actually are cold weather and they love the cold. So, but we're going to go live, but settled on it from there as I'm. Oh, Angel, hon. I'm sorry to hear that. I'm doing okay. They canceled work again. We got work canceled today because of the cold. Work's already been canceled tomorrow. They're shooting for maybe going in on Friday. I'll find out. They won't even know about Friday until tomorrow after 3 o'clock. So, and there's still a chance they may call me in for tomorrow to do some kind of work. I'm pretty close with my bosses, and some of them are going in tomorrow. So, but if we do go in, it'll be more of a cleanup. It won't be anything crazy. What a little holiday. Yeah, yeah. My paycheck won't like the holiday, but let me tell you, my body does. Macy definitely loves the holiday. She's been so glad every morning when I get up and I don't put my work clothes on. Now, unfortunately, that means she starts hounding me from the get-go to let's go play in the snow. So that's that's I'm just sorry you're having a little episode over there. Absolutely. Yeah, 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 yeah. But looks like you're still doing strong on the inside, like I said, even though the outside is kind of falling apart at the moment. It's that inner strength. Will be okay in a couple of days. Yeah, you'll be fine. You'll be fine. But that's the thing with putting out and leaving everything in the hands of the universe. And that's where it gets back into we were talking on Christos's panel about expectations and being able to rob miracles from yourself by putting expectations because you're the way I've always looked at it is if somebody wrongs me, I don't have to necessarily fight back. It depends on how they're wronging you. I mean, if they're coming at you like in a physical attack, you have to protect yourself. But, you know, sticks and stones may break my bones, but words can never hurt me. So just because somebody says something doesn't mean you have to retaliate with words. Also, if you just walk away and leave it to the universe to handle instead of taking it out of the universe's hands, those people are more apt to get their just whatever it is they're going to get in the deal, and that leaves you more open to receiving those gifts from source, universe, whatever. Quiet listener, good to see you. Good afternoon. Yeah, it might be over here. It's what am I looking at? Almost 7:20 at night. So afternoon's fading. It's getting dark out the window. Hello, Kimba. Nice to see you. Nice to see everybody. Hope everybody's having a good time tonight. Staying warm wherever you are. Okay, I wouldn't change who and you know, darling, I would not change who you are either. You are very powerful in your own way. But then again, everybody is, and some people, some people appear to be more powerful than others, and that's part of it. There, it's if you can, a wise man once said that if you can control your mind, you can control the outside world around you, and that is so true. We don't need to be the ones to do X, Y, and Z. Right back when it comes to our peace of mind. If that's what you're led to do, yeah, I mean, if that's what's going to bring you peace. But I take everything with every single thing. I've had people stand right in my property and look at me and say that I'm such and such and such and such. But going back to the book, Satan is the accuser. I don't have to answer to that. I really don't have to answer to anybody uh, around. Point. Good to see you, brother. Lurker mode engaged. Yeah, as long as you're wrapped up in your sweater, you're good, right? There you go. But because there again, you know, it's really not up to me to say because I haven't been one or two steps, let alone a mile in anybody else's shoes, right? So it's never up to me to say how things will and won't be. I let the universe sort that one out. And and it happens. I mean, there have been plenty of people who have caused me grief, and I so much just didn't give them the time of day, but bad stuff really seemed to happen in their life that I had no part of. I didn't even know it was happening, but at the same time, I left it up to the universe to handle that individual, and they got handled. So, cat in the bird cage. It's Central Standard Time here again. Yes, it is. Round two. The first one didn't go too bad. I actually had a good time chat with everybody, so I figure we'll go ahead and try it again. They canceled work for tomorrow, and it's been kind of quiet. I spent the day. Went down. I got out and checked the highway to see how that place was. How it was going to be getting around the side roads around here, just absolutely terrible. Um, but if you get out to the main roads, yeah, they're in pretty good shape. So I took Maisie into Walmart. She loves walking around Walmart. I don't like conflict, but I won't back down either. Yeah, a lot of people don't like conflict, but you know, and there again, I'm not here to tell anybody how to conduct anything. I mean, everybody's free choice, right? But I think sometimes there's just more silence and power, or power and silence, so to speak. Because a lot of times people will egg you. Sometimes they'll push your buttons just because they know they can get a response out of you. And if you deny them that joy of getting I'm missing words now. RT, good to see it. No, it's not bad. It's just, northern Texas, southern Oklahoma. They don't see typical, weather like this down here. So, the kind of weather we have around here, places that I've been in the past, even in Missouri, Denver, Colorado, they'd still be fully functional today. But, each part of the country handles the cold differently because they're not used to it, or no responses. Yes, that's true. Yeah, yeah. I mean, so if you deny somebody that, if they're coming at you just because they know they can get a rise out of you and you don't give it to them, you've won. They're going to be even more frustrated, and you'll be standing in your power still. So, That was even better. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Yeah. Unfortunately, they're not real apt with the ice down here. So, like I said, the side roads, like where we stay, yeah, they're pretty bad. You better watch your footing out here. But if you can make it up to the highway, which from here it's only like 2 blocks, and then they call them highways. They're the major thoroughfares that go from town to town to town. If you can make it to those, you're doing okay. I can't stay long. Just wanted to support. Oh, hey, no, appreciate the support, quiet listener. Appreciate you coming in. We don't do anything too exciting here besides chit chat. Spread love around. Like I said, when you strip it all down to the nothingness, that's really the greatest power there is love. You know, I've often said that it's kind of hard for somebody to yell at me if I'm planting a big old kiss on their lips, right? So that's another way to look at it. So Oklahoma is way different than Missouri. Oh yeah, yeah. I mean, most the okay. So when I was in Missouri and all the storms that moved up from the southwest that brought tornadic activity and the really bad weather to Missouri, all kind of starts down here. So um, this is like the starting point. So yeah, you'll get some of that coldness here even as that Arctic dips down. But with Missouri and even Colorado being further north, they get colder quicker there. It has to work all the way down here. Depends on who it is. Yeah, yeah, that's another way of looking at it because you just don't want to run around smacking the lips of anybody. Oh yeah, just grab that face. Yep, 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 yep. Yeah, it's just and we were discussing that even in the last live stream about, you know, some people think love is complicated. It's a complicated subject. And for most, it kind of is because you're dealing with other people's energies and feelings, and, there's all that. But at the same time, um, for me anyway, it's pretty simple. It's pretty much straightforward. Some people it is, some people it's not. It all depends on your perspective and quite honestly, how much you've been through in life and, what your take on it all is. A desert plain. Yeah, we're just out of reach of the desert regions. That would be mainly what, New Mexico, Arizona, somewhere up there, and that's still a little north and west of us. We get a lot of movement from the Gulf down here, the way the jet stream works. And I'm not even sure that they're jet streams like they used to be. It seems to me like the jet streams are a lot closer to the ground now. The winds are a lot higher, more constant. When I was in Missouri, when I first moved there back in '94, man, my first couple summers there, I was dreading it. I was not used to all that humidity and a breeze, man. You would just pray for a breeze to come and blow across the sweat you were forming on your body. And shoot, when I left there 3, 4 months ago, it seemed like it was windy all the time. You'd only have a day or two where it wasn't breezy. Love is what a person makes it and chooses. Well, yeah, because everything's about free choice. But when when you choose to love somebody, is your knowledge of love based on the programming of the world, or is it a genuine love where you really want to do these things? Love. I was explaining in my last live that love is an action word. Yeah, you can walk around and tell your partner "I love you" 100 times and never back it up, and the words are never going to do it. You have to put some kind of action behind that. In fact, your actions should be so, and they don't even have to be frequent, but they should, because we all feel each other's energy. Also, you can almost express love without even saying a word. It gets back to that, not saying anything, just doing. I truly consider love to be an action word. So. Think all weather's closer to the ground. Yeah, and I kind of have my own theory about that, but that's kind of silly. So clouds are lower. Yep, yep, yep. It's not genuine. It's useless. Yeah, but see, someone will tell you they love you, and they'll tell you they genuinely love you, right? But when you look at the most common scenario that people throw around out there is the empathic narcissist relationship, where the empath just gives and the narcissist feeds, but the narcissist knows how to get that out of the empath just by saying certain things, and they'll tell you it's genuine. But you see what I'm saying? So there again, genuine is kind of matter of perspective. Most people don't mean it. That's exactly the same thing there, Angel. Exactly. But to them, they mean it, or some might, but it's just what their perspective of love is. If love is just, constantly buying gifts for somebody, that's one thing. That's a material kind of love, you know. Truly caring for somebody is in all aspects. Hey, PPR, beat brother, good to see you. PPR, how you doing? So everything's kind of matter of perspective. Even when I sit here and discuss, love and its effects and what I think, that's just, my perspective of how it should be. But ultimately, genuine love is you never cause harm. So, and there again, that's another kind of balancing act in itself, because some people would consider some things harmful that others wouldn't, right? So, yeah, true, Jen, exactly. And that's where they say that, it's in the fruits you bear, right? Now, if you go to church, a lot of these people will talk about their big screen TVs and their fancy cars and their nice home, and these are the fruits that they're bearing. Well, all they're doing is bearing the material goods. The true fruits in life come from personal relationships with other people. Forget the cars, the TVs. How do you get along with the people, the animals, the trees, the land, the water? It's nothing about the house, the the car, the TV, the fine china. It's not about that stuff. That stuff's all fine and good, but it's who you are, isn't it? Exactly. And that goes back to, we were talking in the last live about kids. When they're children, they'll say, "Oh, I want to grow up and be this." And if they grow up and they're not that, do people sit around and pout? I wanted to be let's say a vet tech, and I'm stuck digging ditches. Woe's me. What? No, or it's not about the life you choose. It's how you live that life and what you project into the world. Thoughts together for an interview, so I don't make a donkey rump out of myself. Yeah, I think you'll be fine, PPR. It's just because there again, it just, thoughts are one thing. Just go from the heart. That's all you gotta do. Just go from the heart, brother. Don't overthink it, because the mind, they say it's a terrible thing to waste, but it's a whole lot better if you just throw it in the back seat and go from the heart on everything. See, going back up to Jen's comment there, it's who you are as an individual. All you got to do is just be you. And that's all any of us can do, to just be us. Now, granted, some people are themselves in a whole different level of consciousness than others, and that's who they are. And I've always said, common sense, to me, that's a form of consciousness, right? So when they say common sense isn't so common, well, neither is completely conscious people. As they say, it takes all types, right? You wouldn't know the level of your own consciousness if you didn't see the lack of it around you. Does that make sense? Cold and frigid. Yeah, that's because I was saying, when I lived in Missouri, oh, the humidity and the heat in the summertime was just incredibly oppressive. It made it hard to breathe. But the same was true in the winter, when that same humidity that was in the air became cold, and then the wind picked up, and you start getting these nasty wind chills of like -30, -35, -50. That's just, come on, that's ridiculous. Right on. New puppies, eh? Yeah, I had Maisie out and about today at Walmart. That's one of her favorite places to go. And now that because she's a rescue, I think most of you know that. Now that she's over her whole bad human experience, she really likes to meet new people. And since her life was filled full of agony and beatings and pain before I got her, everyone that she runs to in Walmart just wants to give her love. And so it's really good for her mental side too, to go somewhere and just have everybody love on her. Pixie, good to see you. How you doing tonight? See, I'm not in a chat to start the ruckus, so our new ruckus creator has arrived. Oh, I'm doing wonderful, Pixie. Thank you. Staying warm. They canceled another day of work tomorrow, so I got a little free time on my hands tonight. And not that it's free, I would just normally be going to bed a lot sooner, having to get up at 4 in the morning, but I won't have to do that tomorrow. So, yes, it does. Three states of matter. Yes, it does. And water. See, that's something else. We can get into water. Um, when they show you a picture of the Earth, um, the water doesn't go anywhere, right? It's sealed. So all the flood waters that arrived back in the day of Noah, they're still here. That's why all the continents are, if you look at Google Earth, and look at the light blue everywhere around every continent, those areas are probably supposed to be above ground or above water. So theoretically, looking at Google Earth with the water level seriously reduced and exposing all that land that's just under the water, taking it out to the shelves, the drop-offs, theoretically, you should be able to walk from South America clear over to Australia if you wanted to. J-Mac, brother, good to see you. Thanks for stopping by. Now, somebody in the chat the other night was commenting about my radio voice. Now, that guy right there, J-Mac Gabor again, yeah, he's got a good DJ voice. And he comes equipped with all his little soundboards, and it's a lot of fun. Yeah, I'm not so sure that they were altogether beat. But like I said, if you physically look at Google Earth and all the areas that are just barely underwater, because they've got it shaded differently, it'll all be light blue, this light blue all around the continents. And I'm pretty sure all that is supposed to be above water, in which case there'd be probably twice as much land, almost probably not twice as much, but you certainly wouldn't need like an airplane to get from, say, here to China or something. You should just be able to drive there. There's so much land. Is water mineable? Well, they've had platforms out in California that desalinize the water. So if you're taking ocean water and desalinizing it, turning it into fresh water, so to speak, then you are kind of mining water there. So OTW, good to see you, sir. Good to see you. And quite honestly, the simple fact that you can go down to your local 7-Eleven or whatever is in your neighborhood convenience store and go buy bottled water, that water was technically mined also, right? So I would say, yeah, you can probably mine water. And it doesn't even have to be in the form of water because it exists in 3 states of existence, right? You could go, when they go get a core out of the earth, they're mining ice, right? So that would just be another form and another form of mining. But that's part of the I think one of the destructive features that go on this planet is mining. Yeah, it's part of the everyday life right now, but that's really not how it's done. And then oh my gosh, has anybody ever seen what a lithium mine looks like? You want to see some devastation put on some countryside, go look up what lithium mines do. Well, much love to you too, B. In fact, that's one of my theories. Oh, look. Hi, Mary. Good to see you. I caught a little bit of you over there on Boy Show. What was that, yesterday morning before last? I don't know. All the days are, well, the past is the past. I don't worry about it. So I never know if it's a day ago, 2 days ago. Hell, it could have been a week ago. Although last week I was at work, so it wasn't quite that long ago, I guess. But yeah, yesterday. Okay, and I just want to say thank you. You gave me some very nice I got there just in time when you were talking about catching my first live, and I appreciate the compliments you gave me. That was really nice of you. Most people don't have those nice of things to say. Most of the people in this chat do. No, no one that I've run across name wise in this chat. Um, I don't think has ever said anything ill about me towards me, meaning whatever. But yeah, they're out there. They're out there. But I just don't give them the buttons to push. You know, I take that power away from them. So in fact, I tell Maisie the same thing. You know, there are so many dogs out here behind fences. I mean, every time I take her for a walk down the road, we wake up the entire neighborhood. All these dogs want to bark at her. And when she first started taking the walks through there, you know, she'd get all yippy on her chain and prance about and bark back at him. And I told her, they're just jealous. You're out here walking free and they're back there behind a fence. Your power should be in your silence. And that's how she walks now. She just kind of struts down the road and doesn't yelp back and get worked up about the dogs barking at her. So it's it's really kind of funny to see, that kind of stuff in action, especially when you speak it out into the world, because that's how we do our creating. You have your gut feeling, your heart gets involved, your gut and your heart work in fact, your gut, your heart, and your brain are supposed to work in unison. There's an issue with the connection to the brain. We won't get into that. But it is the division between the right and the left hemispheres of our brains. But your heart and your gut, this is why there's so much crap in the foods we eat, because they're really trying to upset that soul brain that's in your gut. But usually your heart and your gut work very close together. So, when you have that love of something for something, not a need, right? You go put needs into the world. That's not a good thing there either, but just the loves and the would like to have, so to speak, and then speak it, act on it. It's amazing how quickly things can manifest in your life along that path. The best Trinity, yes, it is. It's our power to own, yes, it is. A dog that understands philosophy. Yeah, yeah, J Mac, you would love this dog. When I first got her, she had just turned 3 years old, and I was already the fourth owner in her life. She came to me with so many emotional issues. She was actually purchased as an AKC registered dog from a breeder, but something happened at her original home. She was abandoned. I think she was actually left in a kennel. I'm pretty sure she had to fight her way out of the kennel because she's got some pretty good marks on her along her nose, like she was pushing against stuff, and she's got a good one on her hip that went down into the meat. It's completely healed, but that either happened dragging something out of the cage and taking a severe cut, or she got attacked by something. And I'm pretty sure she's lived some time out in her own, because your typical house domesticated dog is not going to just lay down in a clump of grass in a field and go to sleep. That's not their thing unless they've done it before. And she's got no problems doing that. She can hunt and kill rabbit, skunk, squirrel, like she's a trained killer. It's quick, it's over with fast. Raccoons, I mean, you name it. But her separation anxiety is so great that when I got her, man, there was like a big old jar of medication to give her to slow her down, and I just threw them in the trash. I'll fix her with love. That's how I fix all my rescues. And she's really come around. I can go work for 10, 12 hours a day, and she doesn't drive the neighbors crazy. And so she's really overcome so much for being just a little orphan girl. I'm so proud of her. You don't put an elephant in a cage. Yeah. Confidence is very empowering, especially with dogs that have been. Yeah, exactly, exactly. And that's why I love taking her into Walmart, because when we go to Walmart, everybody just loves on her. There's no one in Walmart that, is chasing after her with a stick or wants to beat on her, which I know she's been beat. I've caught her a couple times, like when I stretch my arms out real quick to like throw my coat on or something. You can see her flinch just a little bit. So I know part of it she was beat. Um, and most of your rescues, they really don't come that great to you sometimes, and it's really hard to see that. But um, when you get on the other side of it and they're healed, it's just kind of like looking back at our own lives when we see how far we've come overcoming different obstacles that are in our life, right? It's I'm just as proud of all my animals when I see them overcome their stuff. And they're only going to overcome it through our love. We're the healers, right? So they know when they've been. Yes, they do. And they know when they're with better people. I say all the time, animals are an excellent judge of character. If my dog doesn't like you, I'm not going to hold that against you, but chances are there's a reason my dog doesn't like you. With love. Yep, yep, yep. Oh, look, hey Mark, how you doing? Thank you, J Mac. That's great coming from you, because I like the way you think sometimes too, sir. You're quite a guy. You're quite a guy over there. I'm kind of, and I'm sitting here staring at the chat go by, and I'm kind of, since I'm such a rookie at this, I kind of zipped through my last live and made different people moderators, and either you are and I'm not seeing it on my end, or it didn't take, or something like that. But I should have several people in here with wrenches by now, but it's not showing up, so I don't even know what I'm doing there. I guess it don't matter. I don't think anybody's going to say anything out of line where people have to be timing people out or nothing. So, oh, well, thank you, Angel. And you're doing an amazing job too. I know you don't have dogs over there, but you're doing great. Oh, look, Patrick's here. Patrick, how you doing tonight, sir? Yes, Jen. Dogs and children, great judges of people and character. Yeah. You got make out an outline. What do you mean an outline? Mark, yeah, occasion myself or mods. Oh, are you? Okay, wonderful. Yeah, yeah, that's okay. That'll work, I guess. Well, how you doing tonight, Patrick? I hope you're staying warm where you're at, sir. Yeah, I don't make an outline. Yeah, see, even when I do my videos, my normal day-to-day or month-to-month videos, I don't take notes or anything. I'll see something in the news and go, oh, yeah, okay, so this is what's going on now. So I'll just go out, I'll make a video and give my opinion of what's going on, and then I just post it. I don't even proof them, nothing. I just talk and post. So yeah, I don't really have good topics per se. You're freezing. I'm sorry to hear that, sir. I think half the country's freezing about now. In fact, I heard a report that just south of here in Texas, there's not 250,000 people, but 250,000 meters that are without power. So if you figure, an average house of anywhere from what, 2 to 4 people, 5 people maybe per meter. So there could be, upwards of 1 million people in Texas right now without power. which, when weather gets like this, it doesn't matter whether you're in a home that loses power, you're living outdoors, anybody that's got to deal with that kind of stuff, it's rough. And I only say that because I know I deal with it every day when I go to work, because our building's just as cold as it is outside. So my pipes thawed after 4 days. It helps Scott's ego. Yeah, hardly. In fact, J Mac, I made a mention of that on one of my last videos. If you go through my videos and listen to them, you will never ever hear me say, hit the thumbs up, hit the like, spread it out. I believe messages find people that are meant to find them. Just like, I compared it to my business in Missouri when I did fiberglass boats. I let everything be word of mouth. And actually, people from the lake here, Texoma Lake, I've actually worked on boats here. They took them all the way to Missouri. I had business in every single state that touched Missouri. I had them come from Florida, Arizona, and I never did any advertising. So, just like messages we want to give people, our lives, because we're all connected. We don't have to advertise ourselves. Other people will do it for us. And that also gets back into, like, the actual leaders of people aren't elected out of a hat. They're, Tom, Dick, and Harry down the road that are doing amazing things with their life, and they just lead by example. Other people want to be like them, right? Hello, sorry, can't read your name, Blue Wrench person. So you're probably looking at Secret Soul there, the one that's in cursive. Yeah, we call her Angel, and she's an angel through and through. That's just like how I got from, like, Missouri to North Carolina to here without work. I'd already pretty much run out of money, not completely, but I was running low on funds when I left Missouri. And like I said, just putting it out to the universe, visualizing it, and doing my thing. Um, I manifested enough money to do the brakes on my van, get a new phone, put gas in it to get all the way here, and still have money when I got here. So I did find a job. So, Ashley, good to see you in the house. She loves to confuse people with her name. Talk about your theory. Talk about my theory. I have a lot of theories, OTW. The biggest one that people have the hardest time understanding is time travel. And it's my belief that time, even though we count it going forward, we're actually moving backwards in time. And that's why all these supposed ancient civilizations had were more advanced than we are. Um, and there's a lot of other stuff that goes with that. Okay, so, and in the Bible, you've got, I think it's Matthew, somewhere in Matthew, the first will be last, the last will be first. So, if you're watching Sports Center and say it's a foot race and everybody crosses the finish line, and now you run the tape backwards, the person who crossed the finish line last is now the first one to go back, and the one who crossed first is going to be the last one. There's also mention of it in the Nag Hammadi scriptures about Sophia's correction. Um, Now they don't specifically discuss time there, but um, and there's also, if you, because everything we get in the news, there's a certain amount of truth to it. 90% of it's BS, but the truth part, and one of the truth parts is, when that Q phenomenon swept the country, there was a thing that they always said: future proves the past. That's because the future events that we are going through and even the present events already happened in the past. All this has already happened. It just happened under different circumstances. That's just like when I say America, the land of the free, that's just programming because we actually live in a soft porn version of martial law, right? You've got cops on every corner, and the people that run the police, they're captains and lieutenants, right? So those are military ranks. So at one point when we were in the same position in time or a similar position in time, we were living under martial law with camps probably. That's where all this stuff comes from with, FEMA camps and, Walmart centers and all this other crap because that did happen. You have to bend the fabric of space. That could be. That could be. Or it's just another dimension of space time. I don't know how many of you are familiar with Jeff Doherty. He calls himself the Christian whistleblower. I watched him for a lot of time through my awakening. And probably about 5 months ago, he was talking about a particular group of beings that could make time go backwards. The only problem was it takes an immense amount of power. Okay, and so that's kind of where, in my opinion, the Ark of the Covenant comes in out of the Bible, right? It was this thing, a box. It's been described as a box that just had this completely unmeasurable amount of power that everybody was looking for, right? Well, I believe that the Ark of the Covenant is us. We hold that power. Where it's the power needed to do this is coming from us, and it's probably coming from, they always say that the civilizations seem to rise and fall, and that's kind of how they do it as we go through these timelines and we go through a reset, which they've already told us we're going through a global reset. So when the next reset comes, the civilizations are just going to rise, one, out of our heart, and two, out of a pre-existing civilization. We're just going to slip right into it. But see, that's where they talk about living forever in heaven. Okay, that means all these lower timelines, as we're eradicating them. I talked about this on my last live because we can bend space time, we can manipulate matter, we can move from one timeline to another or just one spot to another. If I wanted to, if we had everything working like it should within us, I could just boom, be right there in J Max living room, just like that, snap of a finger. I don't need a vehicle, an airplane, nothing like that. So, in order to make sure these particular timelines are never able to be visited, that's where you get the tree of life. It's not a real tree. They're giving you an example. For every leaf, for every twig, for every branch that's on the above part of the tree, there's a corresponding root. So for every bad timeline that's down here, there is a good timeline above. And once all these bad roots are weeded out, got rid of, we will never be able to visit these again. So everything will remain in those upper realms. You know anything about CERN machine? Okay, so CERN, I think it's here because it was here before. Okay, so I think symbolically, because everything is just a symbolic representation of what it was before, since we're eradicating all this. Supposedly, right, CERN can open up portals to different dimensions. And that may have been what helped move us out of the upper realms into these darker dimensions, was something similar, some kind of machine. That much. All I know is CERN is not an issue today. And if it is an issue, it's only because it's helping us. It's not going to hurt us. None of this stuff is going to hurt us. It's in bigger hands, it's in way bigger hands than just us, especially if time is going backwards. Because I know I'm not the one doing it, or maybe I am. You see what I'm saying? I think I meant the collider. Yeah. Well, originally they were, and I can't even say originally. During one of the reports, they were looking for the God particle, right? Well, the God particle is us. It lives within us. So there again, it's some more of that sleight of hand. Just like I say, if they say we live on a globe, we probably don't. But why do they tell us then? Well, because all the little co-creators down here think we live on a globe. So if it's supposed to be a globe, it'll be a globe again. Does that make sense? Yes, Atlantis is just another form of human history. And since humans were never meant to exist, Atlantis probably won't exist. Now, that particular timeline, like I said, all the lower timelines have a corresponding upper timeline, right? So whether it's called Atlantis or not in the upper timeline, I don't know. Just like in the upper timeline, we may not even be on something called Earth. If you rearrange the letters of Earth, you get heart. So we are actually the heart. We are the core. We provide the magnetosphere for Earth. I think Earth is there above us, around us. That's probably the firmament that keeps us underneath. It's kind of like one of those Russian nesting dolls, right? You got a little one inside of a bigger one, inside of a bigger one, inside of a bigger one, right? And I don't think it goes through levels quite like that, but that's theoretically, kind of behind it. In fact, in the timeline of Atlantis, I'll let you in on a little secret. We've already passed the timeline of Atlantis. A lot of people out there on the internet are talking about how, yeah, we're going to go back to the days of Atlantis. No, we've already been past there. That was when, and I know this sounds funny, it is what it is. A for Atlantis, A for Afghanistan. Biden was accused, right, of just leaving people behind, all our military stuff like that. Well, in the stories of Atlantis, when the Navy that took over Atlantis, um, the gods, the Atlanteans weren't warned, right? I mean, the symbology is there. The story is very similar. It's just it's going to be done differently, and it's going to use different locations and different. Um, yeah, I don't know if we're going to get those wins, J Mac, but I will say this: um, if we are the core and we provide the magnetosphere for the planet Earth, the reason the poles are on the move is because our hearts are shifting. The Bible talks about the return of the Son of Man, and they spell it S-O-N. And everybody's waiting for this Jesus character, which is nothing more than G, it's us. Okay. The English language is a spell casting language. Um, the actual sun that we're supposed to be connected to is out there, and it's getting closer. And so our because that is what we are connected to. That is the part of us. We are leaning towards it. We are the ones leaning in our hearts and in our minds. So as we approach where we're supposed to be, the poles are just going to keep moving because everything is inverted here. I don't believe that Antarctica is the south, it's the north. Everything is upside down backwards. Everything always has been. That's why we have backwards day in school. We just had a national backwards day about 3-4 days ago in this country. I watched Tubi. Yeah, you don't have to. Oh, well, hi, Mark. How you doing? I didn't see you slip in the back door there. Good to see you. Um, yeah, yeah. After you mentioned that in one of your live streams, I actually went and got Tubi, and I haven't been able to watch any of that. I had to take this new job, and I'm working like 10-hour days now, and man, I don't have hardly the time to do the things that I did before when I was just living in my van doing nothing on the lake. And boy, that's a culture shock when you go from being completely free and out of the matrix to having to jump back in it, both feet, not only going back to work, but going back to a major corporation. Oh my goodness. And they'll say, yeah, there's cycles, and this is to be expected, and because there have been cycles here. There have been that. That's where the mud floods come from. Is every time we go through one of these dimensional shifts, everything goes back into the earth. We basically start over again, but we don't. We just everything goes back into the earth, and the same structures that were there before, some of them are still there. Or we build them back up again. It's that one. That one is really hard to pinpoint. I believe some of the structures remain the same. That's why you can see buildings that have evidence of mud flood, like for a whole first story of a building is buried. The basement windows look just like the first and second and third floor. Dollars it pays off later. Yeah, I think that's how Easter Island got buried. And Atlantis, yeah. We went through it. Since we're going backwards in time, and Atlantis was a previous existence. When we went through the reset, yeah, it just got buried by everything, and we moved into this realm. That's just like, in my opinion, they say that Tartaria was involved in the first mud flood. And I think we're kind of seeing the formation, or the attempted formation, of Tartaria today, with Russia and its antics up there in Europe with NATO and all this other stuff. And that very well could be why NATO was built in the first place, was to break up Tartaria. Like I said, all these previous existences are going to be wiped out. They're just gonna. There is no such thing as space, God, no celestial objects. Well, they're in the firmament, right? They're in the firmament. And even the book says that the sky is going to roll back like a scroll, and that's what happens when you go from one dimension to another. Everything is just kind of stripped away, and you'll see you got to remember, in reality, there's no space. No, there isn't. Just like, the only thing NASA took to the moon with them was your imagination, because we are the co-creators of it all. They put this stuff to spark your imagination, because like I said in the last stream, if you look at the movie The Never Ending Story, the nothingness took over their world because all the children lost their imagination. Well, when the child of God was messed with, that is us, and the imagination was taken out of the equation, the great nothingness took over here as well. There's nothing out there. Nothing. You're right. There is nothing. But all this stuff is there to stimulate your imagination, so it'll be recreated once again. That's all we're doing, is recreating everything. Oh, Lynn, good day. Good to see you. Yeah, Lynn's from down under. There we go. Living in the future, I do believe, right? Is it Thursday where you're at? So here we can put all our questions to Lynn down there, because she's in the future. She'll be able to tell us what's going to happen over the next hour or two. I paid in the last realm. Exactly. Yeah, we've already paid this once, and see, and that's why, um, people are so paranoid about your TV can see you, your phones listen to you and can track you. Yeah, they can, right? We all know this. But we don't really live in that martial law state that we once did. Like I said earlier, yeah, people worried about FEMA camps and all this other stuff, because we've already been through that. We were tracked by phone. We did all this stuff that people are fearful of happening has already happened. World War III, the whole 9 yards, it's all already happened. It's not going to happen again. Because they've already found out what happens when they kill us off. Everything dies, and they don't want to die. They've already been down that road with us. They lost. A good campfire does create shadows. Yeah. Exactly. Exactly. So, and how accurate, and this is all I can say about this. Okay. When I did all my studying and I understood what was going on, or at least to me, a lot of people don't buy my theories and what I say, and that's fine. It is what it is. It doesn't change how I view things. I'm still looking at, you know, I'm still looking at other things, right? So to me, it doesn't matter. But, the old expression, the truth will set you free. Okay. So, and it doesn't necessarily set you free as it's going to take you out of the matrix. But as far as what it does for your mind, your heart, because that's all of this is designed to do, is to make you uneasy, to put stress in your life. And that's one of the biggest creators of disease is stress. It's called dis-ease, EASE, to be at rest. So anything that they can do to take you out of a restful spot is beneficial for them. Walmart, Martlaw. Yeah, yeah, exactly. Exactly. But see, that's not going to happen. How many years have we been hearing about FEMA, and we're going to be rounded up like cattle? And I've been hearing that for at least 10 years that I've been on YouTube listening to people's talk shows and what they have to say. And it's been the same story. This is coming, this is coming, this is coming. Well, guess what? We're 10 years down the road and it ain't here yet. It exists in small sample portions in other places of the world, or does it? I've never been to China to go visit China to see what kind of social credit they're under. I mean, you know what I'm saying? I'm pretty much having to take the news as word for it that these things are going on, just like that war in the Ukraine, right? Is there? Yeah, there's probably something going on over there. Who knows? But it's all a show. It's all script, and there's a reason that it's script. And I talked about this in my last live, was in order to cleanse a particular timeline, certain things in this realm have to take place at the correct time. That's where, the book talks about divine timing. Yes, the truth will set you free. Yes, it will. Be careful with that. I would love to go to Walmart. Yeah, I don't know. Walmart's kind of a tricky place. The Big C was a heck of a test to see if people will follow orders. But yeah, yeah, and actually, J Mac, I'll do you one better, because the Big C, right, involves, the fix for it, right, and they've discovered that it's a RNA thing and will mess with your DNA. Well, when I first saw that, it's like, well, our DNA has already been messed with. What's the big deal there? But it showed me part of the timeline, and the alien invasion that everyone's expecting, that was it. That's how symbolic it is. It's that simple. Just like, I've said in one of my other videos that the first Passover event was Moses parting the Red Sea. Well, we're never going to see some guy with a staff part the waters. What we saw was a tanker getting lodged in the Suez Canal, and they made sure to show you right on the news that it was touching both ends. So therefore, the Red Sea was theoretically being crossed. So it's just not going to play out like it used to, because what went on before killed everything and brought about the great nothingness. Yeah, yeah. Walmart being on a bucket list, I could think of a million other places I'd rather go than a Walmart. Now, Walmarts are convenient when you want to go shop. Yeah, they got pretty much everything there, right? Except, I went into our Walmart today, and because of the ice storm, no trucks are getting around. And Walmart usually has what, 4 or 5 bins of potatoes. You've got 3 pound bags, 5 pound bags, 20 pound bags. You got the loose potatoes. They had none, no potatoes whatsoever. I thought that was very odd. So history repeats itself in a big way. Yeah, yeah, over and over. Well, going through these resets because okay, so not all the resets have been just for us and our particular timeline. There are other beings here with us that were involved in the same war in heaven that destroyed everything, and so their timelines have to be reset as well. So, the last reset is for man because the last will be first and the first will be last. We were the first ones messed with, so we're the last ones to have our timeline fixed. We go back the furthest because we were the first timeline. Does that make sense? Have potato shortage here because of the floods, and that could be here. I think it's just a simple case that the trucks aren't getting around, not on these highways. Yeah, I know. There's a lady that I know that lives here. She works at a truck stop, and the truck that was supposed to come in this past Tuesday, which was yesterday now, isn't even due to arrive until Saturday. And they're out of all kinds of things because that truck hasn't arrived. So a potato is a potato after all. Yeah. Well, and seeing, okay, so and I don't remember that Trey kid. He's in the news, and I don't pay, there's only certain aspects of the news that I pay attention to. This whole bit with the police killing and how they released the body footage, the body cam footage. Well, apparently there was a big rally that went on outside of Atlanta that the police never showed up to. And that rally shut down that major interstate. And that's a major interstate running through Atlanta there along the south. They had it shut down for at least 3 or 4 hours that I know of. So, that was a couple of days ago. So now you've got, a major highway that's bottlenecked anyway. And now we've got these ice storms that are moving through the south. It's just going to mess with the transportation, especially if there's power going out like in Texas. But major questions. Yeah, in religion. Okay, J Mac, here, hold on to your britches. Here's one that's what I tell everybody. Okay. And again, you don't have to believe me. I don't care if anybody believes me. It's just how I see things. The first division in the Bible is the Jews, right? They are the chosen ones, and everybody else is, yeah, well, I don't see a loving God that's going to create a bunch of children and just have these ones be special, right? We're the special ones, actually, and it's because we are actually physical representations of the Creator God. So when they say the Jews are the chosen ones, they're the Zionist Jews. They're the ones that we run and elect into office because they tell you that your politicians are elected by God, right? So we're the gods that are electing these people and putting them over us. But that's how it was done in the past. So it has to play that way again now. So the actual chosen ones, those are your Zionist Jews, and the Jews that aren't Jews are the ones that are just Jewish by DNA. They're the real Arabic. And the other one that kind of clinched it for me was the simple fact that that's where history started. There was no J in the Hebrew to give Jesus his name. Now, everybody will defend that name and say, well, you could pronounce it, you could do this. And I don't need to come up with excuses to keep certain entities alive in my book. Okay, so but that doesn't explain where people like Mark, Matthew, John, Paul, Peter, those are not Arabic names. I'm sorry, but so yes, Israel Zionism. Yes, yes. I miss the good old days. Yeah. Yeah, but see, to me, I explain that away as the zombie apocalypse, where we were just having fun in our ignorance, getting up and punching clocks and going to war, because there was always a war going on back in the day. It doesn't matter what decade you lived in. People say, "Oh, the '80s were wonderful." Well, you know what was going on in the '80s? There was always something going on destructive. So but we were oblivious to it. There were, to me, that was the true zombie apocalypse, not people just living the life that they were told to live without even questioning it. We need a quiz night. I believe in ghosts. I believe in a Holy Spirit being possible. When it comes to planets, so I don't think the man created it. No, 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 no. And the thing about planets too, when you look at the Hopi prophecies of ascension, it isn't just us that's going to ascend. It is everything, the planet, the stars, everything. Because everything that you see here, Mars, Jupiter, Saturn, Venus, everything that is here now is everything that was involved then. So once all this, because that Bible doesn't say anything about anything being restored. It says it will be restored. So once it's restored and all the timelines are correct and everything goes back to the way it's supposed to be, I'm pretty sure Venus, Mars, none of that will even be in our solar system. It may be, who knows? Because there again, all the little creators down here think it is, but like I said, I'm not even sure Earth is going to be called Earth in the future. It may be Terra or something. I love the '80s big hair and bubble gum, right? So what is a potato in Australia called? I don't remember. I know an eraser is called a rubber, and I had the hardest time with that in school when I came back from there. Go back to being virgins, mic drop, blam. You slept through it, Pixie. That's kind of funny you said that, J Mac, because they say that the life cycle of a single cell in your body is 7 years, right? So that was the last time I engaged anybody in a sexual manner was at least 7 years ago. So I quite possibly could have rebirthed my own virginity through all the cell cycles that it never took place now. Yeah, Pixie, you slept through it. And some people didn't. Not everybody spent, the '80s, the '90s, whatever portion of their life living that. If you look at the Tibetan monks, there's a reason those guys take vows of silence and they live the way they do up there in those mountains. So they haven't been part of the matrix for a long time, but that's why they have the ability to levitate themselves and hold fire in their hands and do all the amazing things that they do. Dude, you're deep. Gotta be a stoner. Well, you don't have to be, but it helps, right? Round one. That's J Mac's big thing. He does rounds. You guys should really go check him out. So if you just want to kick back and have a good time and get high and do nonsense, J Mac's a great place to hang out. All this time, I thought you only needed your little head to think. Well, a lot of people used to think with that little head, didn't they? And I'm just as guilty of it. I mean, I didn't I didn't put quite the importance on sex back in the day as say all my friends, my buddies did. You know, to be perfectly honest, I never typically laid down with a woman unless I really knew her and had some kind of connection with her in the first place. Now, having said that, there are some instances that come to mind that, I meandered outside that particular parameter, but for the most part, uh, take care of one great stream. Oh, Patrick, leaving so soon. Well, stay warm, my brother. Good to see you. Thanks for stopping by. I hope you have a wonderful night, as that most men do. Yeah. Yeah. But, I could be in a room of 100 people and not really feel connected to the room. Now, if somebody in the room interests me and I approach them, then I'm interested. I mean, it's right. You don't get up and walk out of your way to nothing. So now you might get approached by a lot of people while you're in that room of 100, and you may even engage in conversation, but you're not really going to connect with that person. Oh yeah, they kind of. Oh, you're all right, Patrick, brother. You're okay. Um, well, yeah, sex is necessary. Okay, sex is necessary to propagate the vessel. We'll just call it a vessel. We're not even going to call it a species anymore. Okay, so and there has to be enough vessels to go around to get all the entities into a vessel to live a life to project their heart into the world or into the future or into the kaleidoscope. What however you want to, so many beings. Um, that's why the resets, quite honestly, kind of go hand in hand with population numbers, right? As the populations grew and grew and grew and grew, bam, there'd be a reset. And it's not because we're overpopulating the planet and running it out of food. It's just once everybody's here and accounted for, then we boom, go to the next level. Because there again, when we go to reality, I keep referring to this realm as not reality. When we go to reality, again, not everybody's going to be at the same level, the same age. They would have entered at different times. So the same thing's going to happen going backwards. Everybody's going to come in here at a different time. Once we're all here again, like we were in the beginning, then that puts us at the beginning of that timeline, which is the beginning of the beginning timeline, which is the beginning of every timeline. So, so even though we go through these resets, it's just we're back to 0 point and we're moving back up to another timeline and another timeline and another timeline. And now we're going to be out of timelines because we're all the way back to Neanderthal man, back to where it all started, pretty much, as far as I know. You gotta love some Scott suffering. Yeah, he's turning my joke into a science lecture without missing a beat. I'm sorry, I don't mean to lecture. I get on these little rants of things that have come across me and just the way I see the world, and I just put it out there. Periodically, it'll set you up for a pretty good little jab slap right in the face, but hey, I've been married a couple times, so I'm used to being called names and uh, not being seen eye to eye with. So it is what it is. But there again, through this whole process, I have found complete peace. So, in all senses of the word, I am free. And once I became free, then I really started hunkering down on my abilities to manifest because that's, we were talking about this on my last live. Your manifestation abilities is just another muscle you have to work. The more you work it, the more you'll get better at it. So Neanderthal. Yes, question everything, cat. Exactly. Yeah, well, the Neanderthal man isn't exactly what we've been told either. He was just okay. So if you look at my little icon up there with the ape and then the middle guy, and then the one guy's turning around saying, "We need to go back, something went wrong," and the next guy in line is the transgender guy. Okay, now you've seen this everywhere. Just Google evolution of man, and they all end up with the Neanderthal guy, and then supposedly the missing link, right? And then us. Well, with everything turned around and backwards, he didn't come from ape. He got turned into ape. That's why we have the movie, Battle of the Planet of the Apes. And that's why there's ape-like creatures in the movie 2001: A Space Odyssey, in my opinion. We were turned into an animal, so to speak. That isn't what we originally were. In fact, the ultimate act of consuming and killing is just a simple fact that we have to eat. I'm pretty sure in our original state of being, we got our energy directly from either the sun source above us that we are connected to. We draw energy from it, or the earth, or both, and from the universe. I don't think we had to eat a darn thing to survive. That's just another one of my crazy theories. Because there are records, if you go back to the ancient Egyptians, I don't know what group of people it was, but they, said that they were sun worshippers, right? Well, I doubt that they were sun worshippers, but they knew where the energy was. J Mac, you kill me, brother. Round two. That's just funny. J Mac, you kill me, brother. Like I said, everybody, you want to have fun one time, go check him out sometimes. He's a laugh. He's a barrel of laughs. And that's the biggest part of all of it, because laughter helps raise your vibration, and it's all about vibration, frequency, and energy. We're all energy beings. So all religion, sun worshiping. Well, in my opinion, all religion is something that plays on your beliefs, because we've already talked about how it's what we truly believe in our hearts through love, right? We are the creators. So all religion does is mess with your beliefs and get you to put your power outside of yourself, put it in another person. I must be buzzing. Is there an emoji for 3.14? Listening intently. Oh, okay. Okay, Mary. The ramblings of an old man. But hey, wisecracks are, like you said, it's not serious, right? And that's the problem with everybody, is they take themselves too seriously, in my opinion. They always wanted to either defend the piece of turf that they're standing on, literally, or their mindset, or they think they've got something to stand for, and everybody does. It's just not what they think it is. There you go. Exactly. Feel not alone and empower the God within us. Exactly. Exactly. See, you got it, J Mac. You know what's up, brother. You know what's up. And it's the God in me that recognizes the God in you and the God in everyone that's in this chat. This is why I choose not to argue with people or, now a lot of people think that is a pushover, but don't think that so much that you'll get away with it, because a lot of people get hurt messing with me, and I don't have to lift a finger. I just leave it up to the universe, and tragedy will fall on their life in some way or another. I don't have to do a thing. I just want to connect more than two dots. Right. Yeah, I don't even know how to connect a whole bunch of dots really. I see I see things differently. Like the particular timelines we're walking right now. We've got, I said this last time, we've got the Artemis, Apollo, Orion timeline we're walking in, right? If you look at the conditions around us, they're very similar to the times in Egypt before the Exodus, which that kind of tells you right there. We're in Egypt. We're about ready to leave. We're in the Garden of Eden. Eve was made from Adam's ribs, so they were making a bunch of girls out of boys and boys out of girls. So you see that going on everywhere. Um, yeah, we're in a multitude of timelines right now, because there again, when we get to the 0 point, it will be all the timelines, right? We'll be back to zero, which will be a part of all the timelines at one particular point. So be stoic. Yeah, yeah. Like I said, sometimes there's great power in saying nothing at all. If someone's messing at you just because they know it's going to pull your strings, take all the joy from that away and just, yeah, whatever, and walk away. Don't give them the ammo, because there again, it's more than just that. It's a shared energy, right? Same thing happens in relationships. Well, my man did this, so I got to do that, or my wife did this, so that's all tit for tat, right? Why keep the ball rolling? Just stop it and walk away. I mean, and I know it's a little harder than that. And there's, feelings and emotions and this, that, and the other, but it's all energy. It's all, there again, we create the own messes in our lives, whether we know it or not, either through things we accept or things that we partake in. So celestial objects might exist. Yes. Well, not right now, they don't, right? Because there's nothing out there. Everything was killed. All that was, all, in my opinion, this is the story I see playing out, is everything that was left over good from the great war in heaven that destroyed everything was put here and sealed under the dome, which, I look at the dome as being inside with all the oceans around and all the salt, right? That sodium. We're in a low pressure sodium grow light. And with all the volcanoes going off, it's increasing the pressure, which it's filling up the dome. That's why there's green in our skies now, because green is the color of helium and it's lighter than air. So it's actually sitting above everything now, and it's pushing the jet stream and the clouds down closer to the ground. That's just what I think based on observation. But sooner or later, when all the timelines get restored, then just like I said, it's going to happen in the blink of an eye. It'll just be a flash, and within that flash is going to be the containment of everything. It's going to be your new body, the new land, all happening at once. It'll be like we never left the old place. So right now, celestial objects don't exist out there. They put it in the sky to stimulate your imagination, because again, it's your imagination that creates. And all the little co-creators are down here, and they think, boy, heavens and this, that, and the other. So when we clear this realm and go into reality, it'll all be there again. That's just, again, how I see it. And there's different examples, some, okay, so there's some people out there that talk about how Venus was birthed from Jupiter, and probably very true, just like Earth was birthed from the sun, not this sun, but from a different sun. Okay, and you got to remember that the stars, the earth, the trees, the animals, all of it is pure consciousness. It's energy just like we are. It just lives in a different shape and form. Just say on a flat earth. Yeah, yeah. Well, and I don't think the earth is a globe like they tell us. Otherwise, light towers wouldn't work properly. If the earth curves away after so many miles, a ship on the sea should not see a light tower flashing in the distance from, miles and miles and miles and miles away. They would be below the curvature. So, there's a lot that I don't, but see, that's part of the recycle. That's part of the time machine that we're in, is flat earth. Reality, like I said, this reality under the dome isn't reality. This is life after death. This is a correction, like a zip file. I once described it in one of my videos about a year or so ago, as we live kind of like a zip file. All these little things that are out there in reality, the cloud, right? Your computer's hooked up to the cloud. Well, we have our own cloud we hook up to, right? I mean, everything is symbolic of stuff that we can do, only we don't need them to do it, like telephones and cars. you know Being empathic, I have the ability to just knock on somebody's door in their head and speak to them from over a distance. We can project ourselves, like a astro travel. Has anybody ever astro traveled? I have. So the simple fact that I can do it in this body means I can do it in another body, and chances are I can do it at will in the other body, where in these bodies it takes a lot of effort, a lot of concentration, a lot of the right ingredients in order to pull some of this stuff off, right? Hey guys, raining so bad here, and I'm sure I just heard thunder. Wow, really? A lot of rain down there, Lynn? And that's right. You said you're just south of Adelaide, right? Yeah. I remember some of them desert rains living in Woomera. Consider the height of those cellular towers compared to those old poles. Yeah, yeah. Well, and I've said it a bunch that we're no bigger than a grain of sand. So when they talk about giants, it could have been everybody was a giant compared to the size we are right now. Meant to be summer. Has it been a little chilly there, Lynn? Yeah, you guys are opposite. So we're in winter here, so you're in summer down there. Yeah, thunderstorms, Jan. Again, it's energy, right? You can actually feel the energy sometimes within a storm. We can also, again, work with that energy to try to protect ourselves from the storms. I had, and I wish I would have screenshotted it so I could have shown everybody. When I used to live in my fifth wheel up in Missouri in Tornado Alley, I worked with energy a lot to try to keep those tornadoes and wind gusts. Because even if you don't get hit with a tornado, the actual storms that blow in that spawn the tornadoes usually are packing quite the front and the wind gust front in front of them, and you'll get anywhere from 50 to 100 mile an hour winds in those gusts of winds. And I really didn't want them wreaking havoc on my fifth wheel that's just made out of fiberglass. And there was actually an instant I saw my energy show up on the radar map. So we most definitely, and even the natives, oh, pardon me, even the natives, right? They believed that in a rain dance where they could summon the rain. Lightning and thunder soothing. Oh yeah. Yeah, there's nothing like sleeping when it's raining, right? I love that. And even being out in it sometimes. I wasn't a kid. I remember being in my 20s and 30s just out playing in the rain. I do know this for sure. There's something they don't want us to know. Yeah, yeah, exactly. But at the same time, is it really meant for, everybody came across this information, right? I mean, us in this chat, we know this. So we came across it somehow and they didn't have to teach it to us. So I think that's part of the rebirthing process. I've been saying it for a long time. If you were only 2 years old when you came into this realm, chances are you're going to leave it too, unless you really do some work and you can grow a little while you're here. You really can't change. You can change everything about you, right? But at the same time, you are who you are. So, um, and like I said, that's why it's some people's life path that they're not going to wake up. They're not, because they're not of the age to mentally. And I don't mean that in a derogatory form. And it's not even mental. It's a consciousness, right? It's all word salad actually, right? I mean, there's no really good word to describe any of it, is there? I mean, I don't know who said it, and I'm just paraphrasing here, but there's an old wise person out there that said it's not the miracle that it exists like this. It's the fact that it exists at all is the miracle. And that's very true. If this is a form of life after death, it's a miracle that any of this is still here. And the simple fact that we have the power, and it doesn't mean we have to go overthrow our government or vote somebody else in. That's not what it's about, right? It's about putting our heart energy into our day-to-day life. Like I keep saying, it's not about the life you've been handed to live, it's how you live that life. I could have gone through everything I went through as a child and a young adult and just held on to my grudges, and that would have manifested a different person in me today. Because there again, if you talk to the natives, they'll tell you you have two spirits that dwell within you, right? Whichever one you feed is what you'll become. And even the Bible talks about pray that you come at an early age. So if you can come across these things at an early age, but then again, how many of these people out there really need certain powers, certain abilities with their growth? With great power comes great responsibility. And I think the only reason, quite honestly, the simple fact that everybody's in here and y'all are saying all the wonderful things that you are, and everybody's gone through crap in their life. The ultimate winners in all of this are the ones that can go through the crap that this life dishes out to you and you still recognize and understand and give love, period. Because everyone's been damaged in this room one way or another, some more than others, or it's all perspective, right? You may look at my path and say, man, how did you get through that? I could look at your path and say, geez, that's way worse than what I went through. It's not about any of that. It's not about comparing notes, or the simple fact that you get through the drama and you still know what love is and you still want to give love in spite of all the damage you took. Those are the winners, period. None of it else matters. I have a good lightning showing. Well, good for you, Jen. Yes, Mary. See, yep, yep, yeah. See, and seeing you, so you guys know this. See, now does everybody know this? No, and I think that's how it's meant to be. That's why you'll always hear me preach. It's nobody's job to wake other people up. Nobody woke you up. You may have heard something, you may have seen something, whatever it took that shook your tree that made you start waking up. That was all done within you, Jen, and Cat in a Bird Cage, and Mary, and J Mac and Lynn. I mean, you all did this awakening on your own. Half of you didn't even know who I was back in the day, right? But somehow we're all on the same page and we find ourselves in these similar circles, and that's why. Yes, exactly, Jen. Yeah, and I could sit here and talk about all the abuse and crap I went through as a kid, but one, I'm not going to feed that energy because I've already gotten, part of my cleansing and what I've been through is I've already been back to the revisited that young kid and had discussions with him and remembered what he remembered and kind of healed him, which also healed me, right? Just like when we go back in time to the beginning and we heal these timelines, it's also going to heal the down the road timelines. So it's, just that they say, whatever happens in the physical happens in the etheric and vice versa. And I mean, it's a giant entanglement, but it's not an entanglement. It's just we are part of it all. Nothing happens without us. About 2 years ago. Yeah, see, and everybody's different. Like old Mary there creating a homestead. I'm pretty sure we first met probably almost 10 years ago in Relentless Mavericks chat room in the mornings, right? Weren't you there? I mean, some of the people I know today stretch back that 10-year period all the way to when we were hanging around in those chat rooms, like Voynich. Voynich, I met him there a long time ago. Now he's doing his own thing. Everybody's doing their own stuff. So, it doesn't matter whether and see, and this is where parts of the Dolores Cannon stuff come into play. She talks about these waves of volunteers. We've all been here. It's just when are you going to wake up? And it is going to come in waves because, like I said, some of us got here at a younger age than others. So they're going to wake up a little bit differently or at a different time. Oh, Jennifer, good to see you. I'm late for your no, actually yesterday, yes, no, 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 2, 3 days ago was my very first live stream. Oh, Angel, you taking off? All right, I love you, honey. Wee woo, J Mac. Yeah, I'll try and I'll make sure. I'm awful busy these days, but if I see you're on, if I ever get to the internet, I'll jump in your chat again. I always liked hanging with you. And Angel, sweetheart, you take care. I hope you start feeling better soon, honey. Lots of love and healing energy going your way. Want nothing but the best for you, darling. I remember him, yep, almost 10 years ago. Yeah, yeah, yeah. So yeah. Now some of us have been now I don't I to be quite honest, I've come a long ways in those 10 years. I didn't see, all the things today like I did 10 years ago. Not at all. But back in those days, we were still just comparing notes, if you will, right? What different life experiences, and actually, Maverick, when he first got off the ground, he was doing that whole. I don't remember now what he called it, but it was all I don't know, a program, if you will, on inner work, right? Mark, love you too. To all the open hearts and minds. Yeah, and that's really what you got to have in this world, right? Because there's so many barriers, so many boxes they want to shove you into. 2013 was 10 years ago. Yes, it was. So I've actually been studying and doing this crap for 11 years, I think, because I started about 2012. And actually, yeah, that's when I started. To try to figure out what the hell was going on. But like I said in my last live stream, there was a split second when I was walking through my elementary school when I was probably 7 years old, 8 years old. And for a split second, which was probably longer than a split second, um, I blinked. I was just walking the hallway, and after a particular blink, all the color left. The red went out of the bricks, every bit of color left, and all I saw, everything was in shades of gray. And all the people were walking around with their heads hanging down. It just looked like a dull, dreary place. And then when I blinked my eyes again, everything went back to normal. Everything had color. The kids were laughing again. And all I could remember telling myself was, damn, what kind of place is this? So, my questions about this world actually started at a very young age. And I'm sure they did for a lot of people. But at some point, you go to sleep, right? Because I had to live through, another 50 years of life and get to 2012 before other events took place in my life. And that's when I woke back up again and remembered all these things from when I was a boy. So, not 50 though. Yeah. Yeah. And I'm an old dog. I'm just an old dog. Woof woof. But that's okay. I wouldn't change it really. Because, in spite of all the troubles that I've gone through in my life, all the trauma, the abuse, when I look back on my life, I've loved it. I've had a great life. Yeah, I wasn't a millionaire. I didn't drive fancy but fancy cars, live in fancy homes, but that was never really a big want of mine. I lived my life the way I wanted to see my life go. Now, did it always work out that way? No, because the universe always has a different plan for you, right? But um, for the most part, uh, I've had a pretty good life. I'm not rich. I'm not anything special, but it's been good. I can't complain at all. Yeah, like deja vu, Scott. I love it. I have those awaken. Exactly right. But a big ones. Yes, Mary, we did right, and everyone brought their own version of a little lie because everybody sees the world through different eyes, right? So everybody brought their own little piece of the puzzle to the table, to the chat room, and we shared them openly, and we gave each other things to think about, and you know, did you guys catch Boy? No, I missed Boy today. What happened there? I'm a lucky man for sure. Why do you say that? I don't really hear that too often. And I don't always feel like I'm very lucky, but um, you know, yeah, Ryan. Well, let me tell you, people living in a physical material world, that is the one thing you can show them that they physically have seen in the sky since they were born is the moon. And tell them, see that shadow up there at the 12 o'clock position? And then just Google moon phases, and it'll show you all the phases of the moon and where the shadow is supposed to be. And tell them, please explain to me where that shadow you're seeing in the sky tonight fits on that map, because it's not going to. And the moon, I've talked about this before. I really don't think that the moon was something. Is the moon celestial? No, I was just getting ready to say that. Well, thank you, Jennifer. Yeah, I think I have. I mean, but I come from a background of, I suffered the big three, mental, physical, and sexual abuse. I went through a lot of crap, but I didn't feed that part of me, right? So I never turned into that down the road. I've always now, is that maybe what caused me to act out as a class clown in school? Because, life on one hand was so bad, I was overdoing it on the other hand for compensation, as they would say. Who knows? All I know is that class clown dude, that was more me than any other part of it. So that is what I really clung to. But going back to the moon, is it celestial? No. I mean, there's, again, you can read different stories about, two brothers dragged it here. The, okay, so there's a big thing going on if you're into astrology. I'm not into astrology, by the way. Okay. I think it has its importance. I'm not saying anything bad about it. It's just not one of those things that I monitor too closely. Okay. But the phrase, the occultation of Mars by the moon, is an event that's taking place in our sky, right? Well, think about that word, the occulting of Mars by our moon. Okay, Mars is another one of those places like Earth that has ancient structures sitting on it, right? Only Mars is different. It's got ancient structures and that whole freaking planet's dead. Earth above probably is not much better. It's probably dead too. That's why we're down here in this mess. But the occulting of planets with the occult, I'm sure does have something to do with the moon. I don't think the moon is celestial. I think outside of it's not outside of anything. It's in our atmosphere. They've already told us that. It's not, some 230, 40, whatever thousand miles away. Just like I don't think the sun is 93 million miles away either. In fact, some people refer to it as the Saturn moon matrix, correct? And that's part of, now, this could also be very true. They say it's part of the recycling system. Now, I have a hard time buying that one myself, but yeah, I'm open-minded enough. I don't just completely discount anything until, because see, here's the thing is you really have to approach the universe with these things, correct? So just sitting around talking about them in a chat isn't going to bring you any answers. It's once you leave the chat and you go sit in silence and you connect with the universe and you put these answers forth is when you'll find them. The kingdom is within. I tell everybody there isn't some great hall somewhere where we signed a contract to be here and there's all these books called the Akashic Records. No, there's nothing outside of us. We are everything. We are the Akashic Records. We are the Great Hall, right? So um every single thing, this, like I tell people, if you look at a video I did over a year ago called What If Conclusion, I talked about Neanderthal man. Now, did I know this particular story of everything involving him? No. As I went within and worked some things out, every time I worked something out, I just immediately put it on a video. And since I didn't take notes or nothing, sometimes I'd forget things and have to go back and readdress them or whatever. But I don't necessarily believe in the note taking and the outlines, if you will. I don't plan for tomorrow. I just let things happen. Just like this live, I just went live and we're talking. There was no set format, because I could sit here and talk about a million things. I just kind of let the chat lead the way, so to speak, because we're all here together. And I really don't like those people who do lives and completely ignore their chat and sit there and push their message. And if the chat doesn't stay in line with the message, people get, silenced. I mean, I'm not into none of that. History from today. Yeah, you're talking about voice. Yeah, and I know there's stuff out there that's gonna, that it's not gonna happen. I'm telling you, it's not gonna happen. We've already been down that road. In my opinion, anyway. Like I said, everybody's free to think what they want to think. They see things way different than I do, but Just like I said in that other live stream, what is it, about 4 days ago, they said that core quit spinning. Well, I don't think it's the core that quit spinning. Everything's inverted, right? So it's outside of us has quit spinning, which, if you look at the one video about the two black holes coming together, so we moved from the Sagittarius arm way out there, supposedly at the edge of the universe, to now we're all the way into the middle. So, when, everything that happens in the physical happens in the ether, right? So if you're in a storm, when does everything stop moving? When you're in the eye of it, right? So it's we're in the eye of the storm, so to speak, and those two storms are colliding, and it's just like an elevator shaft. We're moving up. Patty cakes, those are just games people play to disrupt. Yeah, yeah, it is. Now, see, the thing is they have to. It's not that they have to, they want to, I think, perpetrate these fears out there because there again, if you're fearful, your vibration is low. And if your vibration is low, you can't tune into the higher frequencies that are on the radio dial, so to speak, right? We talk about how we're antennas and we're receivers, and it's just like the more you raise your vibration, it's just like turning that dial on the radio. You leave one station and go to another, and they're all out there playing all the time. All those energies is there. It's just, what are you dialed into? So if you can shed the fear and whatever, and just keep raising your vibration, you'll listen to frequencies higher and higher and higher up the dial. In fact, I've talked about this before too, that the ringing in the ears is nothing more than our pineal gland supercomputer processing light energy. I'm pretty sure that's all the ringing in the ears is. We're getting all that coded information. Oh, nice to see Patrick back. Welcome back, Patrick. I like Patrick. He's another good guy. Patrick, yeah, my niece is Patty. Oh, Patty cake. I get it. Huge halo around the moon is showing the firmament. Well, cool, cool. Cool. I'm Patrick. And I'm Batman. I refuse to dial into that negative. Yes, exactly. To stay high vibration, stay tuned into that highest radio station. Oh, vividness. What happened? No, no audio. Are people not hearing me? I don't know. I thought people were hearing me. Is everybody hearing me? I hear you. Okay, yeah, yeah. Well, it's good to see you, vividness. As far as I know, we've got audio. I know some clowns that think it's all just what it exactly. And they'll fight you tooth and nail, right? I mean, I had, some young kid trying to convince me that, the white lines in the sky were contrails. Well, first of all, that is such an out of date subject that it hardly registered. And all I did was laugh at him and say, I bet you think we also put a man on the moon. I just, that's just, I just answer stuff that way. 5 by 5. Good, good. Yeah. It might just be you, vividness. I'm not sure. If you're not getting any audio, you might have to go out and come in again or something. I don't know. I'm a rookie here. This is only my second live, so I can't uh I can't really say much about any of it per se. I just know the buttons I'm looking at over here, so it says my mic is on, so I'm good there. And the little ring around my thumbnail up there is pulsating, which tells me I'm sending something across the line. 2023 is the future. Refreshing help, middle of the night here, and I'm only semi-awake. Hey, that's okay. That's okay. Hey, you're doing better than a lot of the world. A lot of the world is still sound asleep on their feet going through their day, right? So, hey, welcome to the semi-awake anyway. Okay, hi Sharky. Well, thanks, Patrick. I appreciate that. They imagine being in a plane and flying straight up or straight down. Like I see, and that's the other thing too. How can if the Earth is round, how can you get up to like say 30,000 feet and just put it on autopilot and it fly a nice straight line, right? Well, you should at some point be constantly having to push the nose down as you go around the circumference of the Earth, right? So yeah, like I said, there's a whole lot of things that don't add up. I'm not going to say it's completely flat, but I know it's not a globe, but it will be again, right? So we have that to look forward to. Sharky, good to see you. Oh, look, there's Boy again. How you doing, Boynage? Good to see you, brother. See, that's another one. Probably known Boy for going on 10 years. I think he used to show up over there in Relentless Mavericks morning chats, right? From time to time. And there was a few other chat rooms that we'd all bump into each other, but everyone's been pretty much swimming the same circles for a lot of years now. Some people have. Yes, I woke up Sharky. Never eat soggy worms. F up is the fifth direction. The normal reply is gravity. Yeah, well, I got my own take on gravity. Oh yeah, Rentless from Maverick. Yep, yep, yep. And actually, I went out to visit him. That's who I spent 10 days with out in North Carolina before I moved to Oklahoma. I went and hung out with him and Butterfly for a little while. We had basically a 2 week symposium going on inside his bus there, and it was in front of nobody. It was just him and I. We were just putting stuff into the ether. Take a left like NASCAR. Yep, yep, yep. I only eat the crunchy ones, the worms, right? Yeah, I gotta leave that worm thing alone. That's although they're very useful in their own little realm, right? Worms are. They help aerate the ground to move water, let roots grow, and everything has a purpose, right? Yeah, I heard you had quite the stream this morning, Boyne. Sorry I missed it. Haven't been on YouTube much today. Been trying to deal with cold weather issues here and actually ventured out on the highways and did a little shopping and took the dog out for a minute. And then they called and said, "Hey, you have no work tomorrow." So I thought, well, I don't have to get any rest, so I guess I'll just hit the live button and see what happens. To let Jackson out from middle of the night pee pee. The joys of having a senior dog. Just okay, vividness. Love you, sweetie. That's so funny. Yeah. Yeah, I know how that goes. Take them out for their pee pee. I feed the chickens. They love, yes, exactly. They do love the worms. And the fish do too, right? To get rid of them. So what did your mom find them in the laundry then when she did your clothes? That would be funny, wouldn't it? Yeah, in fact, when we had all the floodwaters in Missouri and the lake came up, it was pushing the worms out of the ground and actually drowning them. So when I took the dogs for a walk in the afternoon, I always took big old milk containers that had been cut open with dirt in them or whatever, a sack with some dirt, and we'd collect up hundreds of worms that were still alive out there on the edge and take them home and redo them in our garden everywhere, which helped. I don't know what happened to them. The clothes ate them. Back in a bit, cooking up some victuals just in case the weather goes according. Okay, Sharky, cook up your victuals, buddy. What are you cooking, man? I know I'm doing breakfast around here tomorrow. I've got some handmade sausage patties going on, some hash browns, and I think we'll do eggs and toast with it. Of course, I've always got my OJ rolling. If only it were 1620 all of the time. I don't think you're going to be able to pick any calendar date that you know of, and that's it. Because, again, and, you know, and this is the crazy part. Like I said earlier, that's one of the things religion does is plays upon your beliefs, right? Because it's your belief that is everything. It's your power combined with your passion and everything else. There's so much more than just one aspect of it. But, if you could just snap your finger, right, and manipulate time and energy and the material world and just go from place to place at the snap of a finger, they weren't doing that in 1620. In none of human history that you've been told about could somebody snap a finger and just teleport themselves from point A to point B. So that's where we're headed, though. Spaghetti sauce, Italian sauce. Oh, there we go. Dinner's at Ryan's house. Where's that coffee at? Yes, yes. I forgot the coffee. Yes, I will have coffee rolling. I had coffee rolling all day today. Coffee will be rolling first thing in the morning. Coffee and OJ. Yep. And English muffins and whatever else we're going to have going. The Gregorian calendar. Yeah, the only difference between the Gregorian calendar and the calendar we're running on day to day is about 13 days. So is today February 1st? Are we into the first yet? Yes, it is. So theoretically on the Gregorian calendar, it's January, what, 25th, whatever 13 days back is. And I think, a lot of people when it comes to those calendars. They'll say, nobody knows really what time and year we're in because they've jacked with the calendars and they've done this and they've done that. And there again, I think it was all done by design to hold the timelines in place that they're trying to correct. Would be my guess. I don't know. I'm not privy to that, but and besides Jen, I thought you said you had the copy. Core of the Earth is currently spinning backwards. I don't know. The other day they said it wasn't spinning at all. And if it has been spinning, it's always been spinning backwards because we're in an inverted realm. It's like that video I did with the two black holes that are coming together. One spins in the opposite direction as the other one. That's because they come from two opposite ends of the same thing, right? They're both black holes, they're both spinning, they're just one's completely opposite from the other one. And with this being the inverted realm, we're probably in the one that's going backwards, which if one is going backwards and is inverted, it's still going to be spinning in the same direction as the one that's spinning forward. Just one's upside down, right? So, I mean, that's just the way I see that. Wow, did I go away for a second? What was that all about? Nice finally having a kitchen again. Yin yang, yeah. Well, did you not have a kitchen for a little bit, Ryan? Yeah, Jennifer. Jen's over and where she say, yep, yep, over in Eastern Tennessee. Oh, Ryan, really? Ryan's been homeless? Wow, I didn't know that, Ryan. Yeah, but that was like me. I spent the whole summer basically homeless, living out of my van. So yeah, I'm back having a kitchen now. So yeah, I kind of know what you mean. Except when I was homeless, I had one of those Coleman cook stove, so that was my kitchen. I had a little two burner gas stove that ran off them little Coleman bottles. In fact, not only do I have the OJ and coffee for in the morning, there's also a jug of cranberry juice in there too. Love my cranberry juice. I drink that all the time with my OJ. Those are my two main drinks that I drink every day is cranberry. I try to, but OJ I definitely drink every day. And I drink the kind with pulp in it because that's your diet. That's some of your dietary fiber right there that you need in your diet. Look, I thought it was morning, but yeah. Yeah, some people are that way with their coffee, right? They can drink that all day long and then at the end of the day still lay down and go to bed, not worry about the caffeine keeping them awake. But um, at the same time, people used to say that about me when I drank all the Mountain Dew that I drank back in the day. So I get it. I couldn't do it now. When I started back in 2012, when I started all this, one of the first things I was into was the food industry and specific the sugar industry. And I learned all about high fructose corn syrup because I joked all the time that Mountain Dew was my coffee. And I drank it all day long, all day long. And it just kept me going because I always lived at such a fast pace that that's what helped propel me. But once I started doing all my learning, well, I kind of had to throw that stuff right out the window. And then once you do all the learning, then, you start into or I did anyway, start into all the cleansing and eating right, better, blah, blah, blah. But see, here's another thing too. Can't start my day without it. And that's okay. Um, yes, Ryan, I'm so happy you're indoors, especially with as cold as it's been lately. That's like I said, not one place I don't want to see people is out in this mess. But yeah, I started the cleansing and started the eating right. And, oh yeah, going back to we're going to run out of food. And in order to survive, you got to grow your own food. Da, 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 da. That's always been a preference. But even in the colonial days, they had markets back then. People went and bought food even back then. Not everybody grew their food. So no one talked to me until after my first cup. Well, we'll have to store that one away in the old file there for Jen. Don't talk to her till she's had her first cup. But hey, I know people that are that way too, right? I mean, the because there again, and I think that gets back to who we are. Me myself, I go through a certain ritual, and we call it a ritual. It's word salad. There are certain things I do every day, right when I get out of bed, or try to remember to. I'm building that into like new habits, right? And there's certain processes that I go through every night when I go to bed. So, that whole bit, um, that morning time is almost kind of sacred, right? So it's not only about getting that first cup in you, there's probably other stuff that's processing internally with you while that's going on. And, that's like me. I go through certain processes, whether it's drink a cup of coffee or, be grateful and thank the universe. There's certain processes that I go through every morning that I don't feel right if I hadn't gotten them out of the way by the time I say hit noon. If 10, 11, 12 o'clock comes around, I go, oh man, I forgot to do this. It doesn't ruin my day, but just one of those things that makes me think about it the next time more. I'm stuffing my face. Ryan, with what you said you cooked up, that sounds like a good meal, man. You just stuffed right away, buddy. He was sleeping in a damn laundromat. Heartbreaking. Wow, I didn't know that, Ryan. Sorry to hear that, brother. But, there again, I was sleeping in my van. So, I mean, yeah, but that was by choice. I'm sure Ryan sleeping in a laundromat wasn't by his choice. So, when those kind of things are forced upon you, and actually even mine was kind of forced upon me because what I thought was going to happen didn't happen. So, but I had already started down this particular part of my walk. So I had to stay with it, right? So I stayed with it all summer long, and then winter came, and I knew I'd have to get indoors for the winter. So, here I am. Beautiful is his story. Yeah, yeah. And there's a lot of people around the internet, if you just take the time to, and that's the problem with it all is, I think that's what those open panels should be about is people getting together talking about what they went through. Because, just a simple fact that I have been in other people's chats and told them through the chat, not up on panel, but just writing in the chat the different things that I went through, that provides so much comfort for other people to know that there were other people that went through those same things and they came out of it. It gives them hope or, um, gives them confirmation on their walk, right? Because some of it, this isn't info we're looking for. It's confirmation of stuff we've already known and resides within us, right? Need my morning space. I miss it now that I moved in with my oldest son. Yeah, and that's growing and understanding chemicals. Yeah, because that is one of the processes we all go through is a chemical process. That's where your dopamines and endorphins and all that stuff comes in. Adrenaline, those are all chemical reactions that we go through. And some of it is a straight up chemical process, but I think a lot of it is stimulated by the electromagnetics and the electricity that's within our body too. And I think it's all done electrically as well because that's what we are as part of the electric universe, right? Electric beings, energy beings. Again, it's all word salad. It's labels. It's just a way to understand it and to express it to others. Oh yeah, because I'm not in complete control here because this isn't my roof, right? So, that's part of the letting go and making yourself zero because, the less and less you commit to this world, it seems like you're struggling. Other people who knew you, I mean, let me tell you, people who knew me before when I had my real popular business and I was making buttloads of money and everybody knew who I was, every single one of them today think that I'm batshit crazy for giving it all up. And I tell them the only thing I gave up was my enslavement. Well, how do you survive? I let the universe take care of me. I put out there what I'm looking for in the universe, and the universe provides. It may not be in the fashion that I'm looking for, but it will provide my needs. Yes, Jen, that is so true. Even if you don't even get out of bed for it, that's right. In fact, I've been known to spend an entire weekend in bed. It's, you know, being productive in this realm is highly overrated and is just part of the programming. I'm grateful for Jennifer. I'd probably still be sleeping at the laundromat if it wasn't for her kindness. Well, bless you, Jennifer. Thanks. If you had a hand in helping Ryan there, I don't know nothing about any of that, but if that's how it worked out, thank you, Jennifer. Yes, yes, things will come, and that's how it works, right, Jen? Karma, what we put out, we get back, right? That's why I don't question any of it. And and I don't put it upon myself to condone others, so to speak. I'll let the universe do its condoning. And this is the biggest reason why I won't I keep everything the way that I do as far as my karma and so on. Because I'll tell you a little story. You know, when I was putting up my new building for my business about 8 years ago, the guy who was putting it up was supposed to be a friend. And that's what he did for a living, though, was put up buildings. So when he approached me as a friend and said, "Hey, we can do this building for this kind of price as long as you help out here, 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 and here, we should be able to do this deal." So it was a handshake. Nothing was written down, you know, no contracts because he was a friend. Well, halfway through the build, he started screwing me. He'd gotten almost his entire amount of cash that I handed him through the different jobs that I was working. And he started screwing me over. Now, because that's how he conducted his business, I'm sure I wasn't the only person he was screwing over. So some of this he did bring on himself. He brought it all on himself by the way he was treating people. But I took the higher road. I turned the other cheek. We negotiated a different deal real quick. I made sure I got my building done, and then I cut him out of my life. Now I ended up having to file bankruptcy because of this guy. But when all was said and done, and it was water under the bridge, because I did not lash out at him and it was left to the universe to take care of him, what happened to him? His daughter died in a car crash. Now I wouldn't now me myself, I wouldn't wish that on anybody. So I know it wasn't my doing, but I know I had to have some kind of hand in it because I was one of the ones he was screwing over, and I left for the universe to handle for me. So when it comes to how I treat people, I have too many kids walking this planet for any of them to turn up dead because of my misdoings, right? So that's kind of how I look at it from now on. So kindness, it'll come back. Yes, yes, exactly. And the worst thing was because of how popular my business was and how everybody knew who was putting my building up. If he'd have just stuck to the deal and everybody be happy, his business probably would have prospered out of just doing that simple job with me and the other people in his life. But you know, that's the kind of person he was, and basically he ended up getting run off of our side of the lake. No one wanted to do anything with him because they saw how he treated me. Yes, that is very true, Jen. Very mindful. You know, I've witnessed a lot in this life, and it's led me to a lot of different things as far as how karma works and so on and so forth. So you know, it's not that I choose to do the things that I do. It's almost like I have to do the things that I do, right? Because I don't want to screw any of that up for me or anybody. Complaining might be another endorphin. If if people find joy in complaining, yeah, it'll be an endorphin for them. Like I said, there's some people out there in the world that will push your buttons just because they know they'll get a rise out of you and they enjoy doing that, right? That's why I said if you just ignore them and take that joy away, well, now they're kind of screwed, huh? They're not getting that joy. I think karma is more an energy than a chemical myself. Because, like in the case of that guy messing with me and his daughter dying in a car crash, I don't think there were chemicals involved there at all. I think that was just energetic fields of karma. It's kind of like, it gets back to, what you put out, you get back. You know, you toss that little pebble in the pond and it makes the ripple effect, right? So you can either create ripples of joy, and that's one type of karma, or you can create ripples of despair, and that's another type of karma. And I think it's all energy related rather than chemical, but that's just me. Emotions can and do get in the way sometimes, and I get that, but consequences of what we say are, definitely, definitely, especially, it's one thing to have the thought, right? Thoughts are things. So it's one thing to have the thought, but once you start to back it up and you act on that negative thought, oh yeah, you're giving it even more power. That's why I said that's how we create. You get that gut instinct with your heart and you speak it and you act on it, and next thing you're manifesting it in your life. And it's not, there again, it's not that we manifest it into our life. The universe manifests it into our life. Mother Earth manifests it into our life because she's one of the creators, right? As well. So what about juju? Same thing as karma, just another name, another part of the word salad to me, anyway. That was just like, that's just like any part of this walk that I've been in for the last 6 months. When it came time for me to consider, needing a roof over my head, I just put it to the universe. Hey, I think I'm going to need a roof. And one manifested. Once I got here, it was like, yeah, I'm going to probably need to get a job. And like one of the first places I hit, they hired me on the spot. So, I mean, yeah, you still have to speak it. You still have to acknowledge certain things. And the thing is, if it's to be, it'll be. If it's not to be, it won't be provided for you, right? You have to look at a different avenue. Or it may not have been that first job. I may had to have hit two or three of them. I don't know. Like I said, I only know what I went through, and it was bam, bam, it was done. But I'd already left that in the universe's hands. I didn't think about it anymore. I didn't let it, I didn't think about it at night and sweat it out. Oh my God, I gotta get a job. I gotta, no, no, I just, huh. Well, as I told the universe, well, if we're still here, guess what? I still gotta keep my phone on and eat and take care of my dog. I'm gonna need to be able to make some money. And next thing I know, I'm at a job. So, it answered me. Sometimes I just explode. I scream and swear until I'm shaking, but afterwards I feel like I've been cleansed and recharged for another 6 months. And hey, sometimes that's what it takes, right? I was saying that in my last stream. There have been times that I've stood on a rooftop on a mountainside and said, "Hey, I don't want to play this no more. I want out." Now, what did I want out of? The matrix, the position that I was currently in, because I understand what's going on. So, there's no escaping it until the earth clears, right? As long as the earth is here, we're all going to be here. So it is what it is. But Once those timelines are done and Earth is restored, that's, again, that's the return of the divine feminine. How many times have we heard that phrase in and around these circles for the last, 20 to 10 years, however long it's been going on, the return of the divine feminine? Well, what has happened to the women in this existence is symbolic of what happened to Mother Earth. Rape, being treated like a lesser being, which women are. They're treated like second class citizens, right? They're used, abused. It's all symbolic of what happened to the divine feminine. So when she returns the earth, then it'll be a different place. Six minutes? Not. I think I'd rather be good for 6 months at a time than 6 minutes. 6 minutes goes by too damn fast. Now, looking up at the time here, I've been doing this live now for 2 minutes and 40 seconds. So that'd have been a whole lot of screaming for 6 minute segments. Yeah, and sometimes that happens, right? That's the thing. And this is the part with expectations and why I say you have to leave your expectations at the door. Don't make plans for tomorrow. You can have wants for tomorrow and give them to the universe to manifest in your life, but don't try to push your agenda. Otherwise, the universe, is going to look at you and say, okay, you got it. I don't need to provide for you. So I don't make plans. I don't worry about the past, and I certainly don't worry about the future because I could die tonight. I know I'm not going to. But, that whole pretense of tomorrow's promise to nobody, if people took a look around and said, if this is the last day that I have on earth, how would you want to live it? You're not going to live it having a screaming match with your next door neighbor. You're going to try to live life to the fullest. If this is my last day on this realm, hell yeah, let's party. I mean, you know what I'm saying? And that's just, so I don't make a lot of plans. I don't, I have a lot of things that I'd like to manifest into my life, and the universe knows all that. And it'll provide whatever in my path. It's up to me to recognize that these are potentially the things that I've asked for and to nurture all of them, right? Yeah, actually, it's like 3.141597. I don't remember the rest. Yes, 100%, Jen. We set ourselves up when we put our expectations on something. Because the only thing that we control, see, and that even goes to the relationship thing. We were talking about love and how people treat one another. A lot of people grow up in homes where love is a control aspect, right? You don't love me unless you do this. Or if you did love me, you would do this. Those are all expectations and those are all aspects of control. So a lot of people believe that love is a control aspect. Yes, we did have that discussion. Yeah. So when you put your expectations on something, the universe is going to look at you and say, okay, you got it. You think you're so smart? Take it. See where it gets you. I was going to give you this over here, but hey, so I don't deal with none of that. I put out, and it's not the things that because I'm not lacking anything in my life. My health is good. My humor is good. I've got food. I got a rum. Great. But what if tomorrow this were to happen or that were to happen? I just put things out there, and it'll be up to the universe to put them in front of me. It may tell me, hey, you got to move to I don't know, Minnesota again or something. I don't know. I don't know where the universe is going to string me out next. It's the walk of life, you smart human. Yes, but that walk can be altered, can it not? And you can do the altering or the universe can do the altering. And when the universe does do the altering, it's all in how you handle it, right? There's always going to be something. Always. That's the way this is. They say that you have to learn something new every day, otherwise you die, right? And I don't know how truthful that is, but in other words, the potential's there that you could have shit thrown in your day every day if you have to learn something every day. And if the only way you can learn stuff is like going through mountains of crap, guess what? You might get lots of mountains of crap before you figure something out. You have to love for the sake of loving. Yep. And it's not even that we have to do it for its sake. We just do it because that's what we do, right? Nobody ever told me I had to love anybody. And we certainly weren't shown that potentially as kids, depending on what you went through as a kid. They weren't exactly showing you love, were they? But it's how we overcame that and still, possess the inner love. Yeah, go grab your coffee, boy. 5 o'clock your time? Really? Is it 5 o'clock your time? Huh. Yeah, it's okay. Well, anything, something new growing, I never want to be in the mind. Yeah, see, and that's me. I say all the time, I don't know how any of this plays out. I'm smart enough to recognize I don't know everything, and I have to keep an open mind on everything. But the stuff that I do know, I use. If that's one of those things. If you go through all this studying and you learn something, and then you just leave it sit on the shelf and don't ever use it, then what was the point of learning it in the first place then, if you're not going to use it? Is caffeine a drug? Well, technically, if you want to break it down, it is. It's a stimulant, right? So you could drink a bunch of coffee and then sit down and smoke a bunch of indica bud, and you'd basically be doing a natural leaf speedball, right? I guess that's one way to look at it. But just like, um, is it a drug like, say, cocaine? No, definitely not. I think it's more of the natural type of drug, just like marijuana, right? It comes in leaf form. And I think when all the books talk about, having a clear mind, I don't think cannabis and caffeine are included in that because everything's fine in moderation. You just don't need to be all junked out on fentanyl and meth and whatever the health is out there. There you go, exactly. Wired high. Hi, my name is John, and I'm addicted to coffee. Help. I don't know. Do we need to start Jen a 12-step program for caffeine? Well, all I can say is don't come by here for breakfast in the morning then, because we'll have a fresh pot of coffee on it. I'd hate to have to tempt you. Yeah, that's why I was thinking, you take a good sativa because it's the calming, relaxing body, and you've got the coffee leaf, which is caffeine, the upper, so there's a speedball. No, I guess you could double the uppers and do a good hearty sativa that'd get you up and going and top that off with coffee, and then you'd have a double wired buzz. 12 steps. That's the 12-step program, just 12 steps away from the coffee maker. There you go. That's right. Yeah, I've gotten into on your way, Cole. I've gotten into putting hot chocolate with my coffee, making mine a little mocha in the morning. I've always liked hot chocolate in the winter time, so now I just add it to my coffee. Most folks have free coffee. Well, yeah, because they're basically substituting one drug for another at that point, right? Am I supposed to talk about THC? You can if you want. I think we're all adults here in the room. I don't think there's nobody in this room that doesn't know what THC is. And there's a reason that marijuana, let's just say, has been outlawed since basically the beginning of time, if we'll put it that way, is because the hemp plant would put the textile industry, pharmaceutical industry, the oil industry, and the metal industry all out of business. And get to a meeting. Some almond milk butter better than say, I don't know. Yeah, I don't know about that. Okay, I have refrained from sex for a very long time, and that was by purpose. But there isn't too many more truly engaging things you can do outside of sex, quite honestly. And there's a whole lot to that. I could get into some pretty graphic stuff, but even though we're all adults, I'll just leave that one alone. Hoping for a few more hours of sleep. You're still hoping for a few more hours. I thought that's what you were doing, was napping, Bibs and this. So have most of us here. Chocolate, don't talk back, Scott. that's that's true, but okay, since we're all growing up here, chocolate has never held both your hands down above your head while in the act either, right? And there's something about us being antennas and receivers and holding each other's opposite hands. That's the energy passing through the bodies from one source to another and back again through your hands. Like I said, there is a lot of stuff that goes on energetically when you're dealing with sex and the heart, and that none of those things, coffee, chocolate, none of them are going to touch. I'm just saying. You gave it up, boy, and it gave up sleep, Voynich. There is such a thing as fasting, and it doesn't just include food. You can fast on sleeping. In fact, when your energy is high enough, everybody think back to when you were younger. And I don't know how old a lot of you are. I know I'm old. But let's say that first love, you could stay up all night hanging out with them, right? You didn't have to eat nothing, you didn't have to drink nothing. The two of you were just so high on the energy. That is what was fueling you. Never a big fan of meetings, but good. Yep, hell yeah. And actually, I love meetings. This is a meeting of sorts, and as long as it's of, and it doesn't even have to be of similar minds. Not everyone in this room thinks the same way and sees the same stuff, but the simple fact that we come from the same loving heart space is what counts. That was called endorphins and a bad judge of character on those days. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know. I can honestly say, yeah, I've had some, but okay, you got to remember too, what attracts two people together. Um, you can look back and say, man, I don't know what I was doing with that guy or girl or whatever, right? But it was your common vibration at the time you came together that made that possible. The only difference is one of you outgrew that low vibration and the other one did. And that's what made two people split, why they didn't start seeing things eye to eye. Because, I've had some encounters that truly enlightened my life. There was nothing wrong with those encounters. And at the time it was going on, there was something more there than just endorphins and judgments of character. It was a true energy sharing thing. Like I said, I think I've had a great life. I mean, it is what it is. It's what you make of it. I made mine great for me. And in the same time, there were, you include those others and you're trying to make it great for them too, right? They just don't reciprocate that. So again, that's one of those signs you see. There's nothing to regret about being a romantic. A romantic is just another word for a lover, right? So to speak. And like I said, if you can go through life and take kicks in the teeth over love, but you still know how to love and want to give love in spite of that, right there, that's where all your power comes from. That everything happens for you in life for is that simple reason you took kicks in the teeth over love, and you didn't let it spit you out the other side. You still wanted to keep giving love, even though you weren't getting it back. That's everybody gets a trophy for that. I'm telling you. That's retarded, Ryan. Yeah, right, Jennifer. I mean, and you hear me say that a lot. Even in my videos when I'm showing, what I see going on, it doesn't mean I got it right, but the simple fact that we share that most people do, it's not about what you believe. I talk about this all the time. It has nothing to do with what you believe. It has to do with how did you love, period. Yes, there you go, Jen. Right. Yeah, lover's probably the bad word, but it's if you know how to love and you're giving love, that makes you a lover. It doesn't have to be a physical love type thing. You can send out love energy all over the world. Everybody does it to each other in these chats, even though we're hundreds to thousands of miles away. How many times do you hear people say, sending you love, sending you love? So I don't think lover is a bad term for it. Now, in this realm, if people are lovers, everybody automatically assumes, oh, they're bumping nasties between the sheets, but it's not about that. I tell people all the time that, you know, like Maisie here, she's been a better girlfriend to me than half the women I've known in my life. And that doesn't mean we're busy doing freaky stuff. It's no bestiality. It's just that she knows me and I know her. We have a shared energy. And even though in the grand scheme of her life, because she's going to be 4 in March, I've only been with her going on, it'll be 9 or 10 months at that point. So I've only been with her for barely a quarter of her life. So she has far more life experience without me in her life as she does with me in her life. So I'm still basically a nobody to her in a relative sense. But I can walk her down the road here without even putting a leash on her, and I can tell her everything she needs to do, and she will listen to me. And she doesn't do it because she's fearful of me that I'm going to beat her or nothing. She knows I have nothing but the best intent for her, and I don't want her to get hurt by walking out in the road or getting into these people's yards. She knows I'm looking out for her, so she's going to listen to me. Yes, we do that naturally. Yes, we do. Not only love and attention, we also send helping hands in the form of money and receive gifts by others. Yes, yes, bondage, exactly, exactly. I'm not ready to give up yet, but yeah, I feel the urge for a cig sneaking up on me. So I probably will get up soon and find the time for an afternoon nap. There you go, vividness. And like I said, some people call it sleep deprivation. I just call it sleep fasting. I mean, you know, connection is deep. You either feel it with someone or you don't. Exactly. Exactly. Like I said, I could be sitting in a room full of 100 people and I will not be connected to the room, even though 20 of those people might approach me and want to shake my hand. And of course, we're all connected anyway. So just that aside, and the handshaking, which makes even a stronger energetic connection, that put that aside, that's still not going to connect me to the room. It's going to be somebody's energy that I pick up on in that room that's going to make me want to approach them or accept their energy as they approach me. You see what I'm saying? Because there again, once you're into that, you can feel other people's energies, even as they're walking up on you. This person here is just going to be a handshake and move on. Whereas this person walking up here, you just know right away whether you're going to have a conversation with them or not. The industrial revolution is happening via technology. Yeah, to a certain extent, I would agree with that. Yeah, yeah. But they kind of propel each other, right? In some ways, technology brought about the Industrial Revolution, but it's also the Industrial Revolution that brought about, so, it's almost which came first, the chicken or the egg. They're both those, just like time and space, they operate extremely close together. Oh, yeah, it happens in these chats, Jennifer. You're right. Yeah. Like I said, and this is something, Relentless Maverick used to say all the time. If you ever visited him, there's a reason that we are all gathered here right now. There's no such thing as coincidence, and everything happens for a reason. So there is a reason that we're all sitting here having this conversation. And it could be something as simple as, in reality, we all knew each other then too. We don't have to meet just in this realm, I don't think. Because, like I said, we've been here before, so chances are the people that wind up in your life in this realm this time around were probably in it the last time around on some level. Yep, that's very true, boy. Yep, she got married to somebody she met in a chat 3 years ago. Yep. Like-mindedness is contagious. We're exactly 100%, Jen. Nothing, everything happens for a reason. There is no such thing as coincidence, period. So the simple fact that, hell, you and I met, what, 3 or 4 days ago on a different panel, you could almost say that was destined to happen. Voynich here and me still chatting all these years later after meeting in a room 10 years ago. I mean, there's a certain destiny, if you will, about all of it. To what extent, I have no idea. Like I said, I don't claim to know everything. I know bits and pieces of the story, and I kind of fill the rest in with what I see in the world. But here lately, I've forgotten about the story, and I've just been working on exercising my magic muscles, if you will, making them stronger. Jackson is a great therapy dog. He's my favorite mindfulness coach ever, but I would never put him through the hassle needed to get him across the pond with me. Right? That's that's wow, vividness. That is so funny. You talked about that because Maisie is my dog right now. And if I was going to go travel anywhere that required being on an airplane, I don't know how I would do that with her. I don't think they're just going to let me go up to the counter and buy her own seat so she can board the plane with me and sit down next to me and take that trip. So that's just funny that you said that because that's kind of how I feel about Maisie. She's been through enough in her life, and I don't know if I would want to put her through something crazy just so I could go across the pond, so to speak. Dress him like a baby, put a mask on him. Yeah, but Maisie's a great day, and that makes for a pretty big baby. And that's funny. You guys crack me up. But I love all of you. I'm so glad y'all are here tonight. Like I said, it's for a reason. Someday we'll know. I know when we came from Australia back to the States, my dad was in the military and he actually had to write the Pentagon to get our bird, Pete. It was a cockatoo that we rescued in Australia. We got his own seat on the Mac flight, which is nothing more than military air command or something like that, because they couldn't put him in the cargo hold because he would have froze to death. So he actually had his own seat on the airplane. And then when we got to the airport here in the States, he was gathered up by somebody and put into quarantine for 2 weeks before we actually got him. This is great. No work tomorrow. You're right. Yeah, I don't have any work tomorrow either. That's why I went ahead and hit the live button, see who all was out there. That was the reason I did it the other night. I'd been trying to go live for several days, but the universe just kept saying, no, you got other things to do. And then the storm came in and work said, yeah, we're not working. So I, cool, I'll just go live. So that was my first live. And same thing happened today. They said, yeah, we're not going in tomorrow. I said, cool, I'll do another live then. I'm pretty adaptable. I might have to do that. I might have to check with an airline and see if I can buy my dog her own airplane ticket. Although plane ticket prices are getting expensive. Holy crap. Seemed like back in the day it was only a couple $100 really to fly anywhere. And nowadays they're talking thousands of dollars to get somewhere. It's like, holy crap. Don't you have to tranquilize the dog? I don't know. I think if it had its own seat on the plane, I don't think that would be a problem. I think when they put them down in the cargo holds, yeah, I think they do. I don't know. I've never, like I said, the only thing I've ever experienced is bringing that bird back. And I was a kid. It was my dad that handled all that. He's the one that wrote the Pentagon and got all that arranged. He just went with us. Really, small dogs can go under your seat in a carrier. Well, I know for a fact Maisie is not a small dog. That much I can tell you right now. In fact, some of you I don't think were even on the last stream I did. So here, let me try and do this. Good luck trying to get Jackson in an outfit. He's a Danish Swedish farm dog. He's a working dog and an old grumpy guy set in his ways. Yeah, I can see that. Yeah, she's kind of sleeping though. Let me see if I can let you guys see her. Yeah. Come here, baby girl. Yeah. Hang on, let me turn this on. You see right there? That's Miss Maisie right there. Oh, yeah. Yeah, that's my pretty girl. Turn out the right way. There we go. She's a big old girl. They were brought over in crates. Yeah, see, and I think Maisie might have a problem with that because she's a rescue. Um, she's an actual got from a breeder AKC registered dog, but her very first owner in life abandoned her, and I'm pretty sure it was in a kennel that she was left alone. And she's gotten better. And why I suspect that there was a kennel involved was the first time I took her to Walmart and tried to grab a shopping cart. She'd been in Walmart several times, just a quick in and out, get something to buy, and she was perfectly fine being in the store. She's got no problem. But as soon as I grabbed that shopping cart, boy, she damn near broke her neck and pulled on her chain, trying to get away from it, me, the store, the whole 9 yards. I don't know how well she'd do in a kennel for, let's say I was going across the pond to the UK. I don't know how many hour flight that is, but she'd be in a kennel that long, and I don't know how well she'd handle. She probably would need to be sedated for that. You have five. Wow. a beauty. Yeah, she is. She's, in fact, somewhere I've got a video that I did probably 6, 7 months ago. It's titled Meet Maisie. That was right after I got her. And it's just, I did a 2 or 3, 4 minute video of her just running through the tall grass down by the lake where I used to take her every day. She's actually in a few videos I've done. The bigger, the sweeter. A lot of people ask me about Great Danes and, don't they have short lifespans? And they do. But one, it has to do with their diet, that the stuff that people try to feed them. Because I've actually seen Great Danes get to be 15 years old, but that's not typical. And the other thing I say is Danes don't live as long as most dogs because they give more while they're here. They're just they're just a phenomenal breed. I got my first Dane puppy, I don't know, 12, 13 years ago now, Kona, my first little female that was about Maisie size. And just the way she loved, she was just awesome. I fell in love with the species, and I've been rescuing them ever since. Oh, you started out rescuing too, Jen, and that is a hard thing to do because when you're dealing with rescues, they have so many emotional issues, everything from separation anxiety to, lots of them have been beat, lots of them have been starved, so they have poor muscle development. Um, it's kind of a sad case. And the crazy thing is I have rescued 4 Danes so far in the last 8 years, and every single time I've gone looking for another Dane, I had my pick of like a dozen. I mean, I could have probably almost 100 dogs if I wanted to. There's so many out there that need homes. Yeah, Tibetan, Tibetan Mastiff. No, those are big dogs. Yes, those are big dogs. I know them. Crocker, do you have a channel? Yeah, yeah. In fact, I just subbed to Jen here the other day. Yeah, I don't. I think it told me you don't have anything there, but I went ahead and subbed for whenever you do put something there. And the bad thing about rescuing too is you don't usually get their papers, even like Maisie's a registered AKC registered dog. The papers typically don't come with them. And most of your rescues will make you neuter the animal and you have to chip it. And I really don't believe in either of those things. I just tell Secret Soul about deaf ears too. Hey PPR, you made it back. Welcome back. I don't do very well with the slobber. That's funny. Yeah, talk about tearing your throat out. I had a girlfriend. We went to go visit her stepdad and mom out in Vegas, and they had Dobermans that guarded the property. And, I'm not scared of any dogs, and I was playing with him like I do any of my own. But he took some offense to it, and boy, he flipped me over on my back and put his jowls right around my throat. And if he wanted to, he'd have taken me out right then and there. So, cat in a bird cage, what are you talking about? Deaf ears? I think I missed something there. I've been looking back here. I don't know what I missed. Fear biter, Scott? No, I don't. I don't fear dogs. I don't. Not at all. Like I said, I was wrestling with that Doberman just like I would any dog, but he apparently he thought I was playing a little rough with him or something. But yeah, somehow he got my knee out from underneath me, and he did. He put his jaws right around my throat and just kind of sat there quivering for a minute. Yeah, Dustin. Yeah, no, the dog you were talking about. Oh, yeah, he could have been. Yeah, like I said, I don't know. I had just met that dog, so um, no, some read but don't hear. Yeah, I had just met that dog, so it was probably even wrong for me to sit there and play with him in the manner that I was playing with him without him being used to me or me being used to him, and I might have put a little fear into him, or like I said, maybe he thought I was being too aggressive in my play and was just trying to put me in my place. I don't know, because he at that time with his jowls around my throat, yeah, he could have hurt me pretty good if he wanted to. But at the same time, I think he knew that, ultimately we were playing, and so that was his way of playing, was to pin me by my neck and just say, "Haha, I got you back." That dog I wasn't familiar with reading at that point. Like I said, I had just met him, so some read but do not hear. Oh, like in the case of Angel, yeah, I don't know if that would be her or not. She's got a lot going on. She's got a lot of physical issues that are bothering her currently, but she's very, very, very strong on the inside. She's a very strong woman. Sylvan dogs from Siberia. I know I haven't heard of those. Oh, pardon me. Just when I thought I was shaking my cold, we had a nice storm come in. Timing is everything. Okay, so since there's currently dog owners in the chat, um, have your dogs changed their appetite at all over the last couple months? Yours have? Yeah, okay. I think dogs go through ascension symptoms like we do. I know Maisie's eating habits have changed, and not just how much she eats or when she eats, what she's preferring in her diet right now. Some things that she used to jump for joy for, she now turns her nose at. Yeah, I used to put an assortment of goodies, stomach issues. Actually, you can put ginger into their food. Ginger is really good for their stomach, like it is ours for their stomach issues. I've been doing that with Maisie. Maisie always gets a lot of additives in with her food, but like whereas she used to just go batshit over the chicken in months past, she's turning her nose up at the chickens, going more for the beef liver these days. And since I've been giving her the ginger in her food, I find her eating less grass too. But she's always eating grass, and a lot of people will say that dogs that eat grass, it's for their stomachs. Yeah, in some cases that's probably true, but in a lot of cases, I think they're just getting some kind of nutrient because they don't eat any old grass, right? They're very particular about the grass that they eat on, or at least Maisie is. Not that I'm aware of, Cat. I don't know where you would have crossed the line at. Why, what do you think you said, Cat? Think about it, Scott. Yeah, I try not to think. Thinking is dangerous. I see domesticated pets. I see what I mean. Some read but do not hear. Yeah, I'm not real sure, Cat. I'm just here to have fun. That's what I tell everybody. Oh, humans are domesticated pets. You could almost say that to a certain extent, yeah, to a certain degree. We've been turned into part of the animal kingdom, that's for certain. So you could almost use that line in there. My son gives the dogs fish biotics when they have tummy issues. Really? Yeah. I could almost see where that, but okay, it's the biotics part. So yeah, I mean that's just like why people eat yogurt, right? It's for the enzymes that are in it. In fact, that's what I talk to people about when it comes to their diet. It really does. I'm not going to say it does no good to change your diet, but when you're changing your diet to eat healthier, you have to go through a little bit of a cleansing to clean your stomach to get your probiotics in your stomach in balance. Otherwise, all the good food in the world still isn't going to really help because your stomach's not going to know how to break it down properly because it's not working properly. It doesn't have the balance in it. Yeah. Hey, if he's been doing it for years, I'm sure it works. Fish has those omega 3s. There's a lot of stuff good in fish, especially for the animals. So, you know, who am I to say I'm not a vet tech or nothing? I just do the best I can taking care of my pets. I do know that if you feed your animal nothing but dry dog food, it's similar to like you and I eating cereal our whole life. You can live on it, but you're not going to be the most healthiest, right? Very restricted diet. No poultry really whatsoever. Monoprotein. Yeah, well, hey. Yeah, like I said, on this end, Maisie's really getting into her beef liver. I'm gonna try her out and see how what she thinks of some chicken liver. And I've been trying to find some beef heart out here somewhere. I might have to. I don't know. When I was in Missouri, there was a lot of Amish places, a lot of people that did cattle. So if I wanted to get a hold of some beef heart, I could. Out here's a little bit different. Oklahoma's got probably more oil than it does cattle. So finding the beef liver and the chicken liver still easy. It's right there at Walmart, but typically they don't carry beef heart in there, and I haven't found a good supply of beef heart out here yet. So Vivid, when it comes to being hypoallergenic, is it something that affects his skin and his fur when he eats the chicken, or how does it affect him exactly? Chooses what he wants to eat. Does that girl in the blue dress have a mustache? What girl in the blue dress? In your avatar? Yeah, okay, that's what I thought. Yeah. Yeah, that's a meme I picked up, I don't know, a year ago or so. I've got a bunch of just screenshots of crap in my phone. I don't have much on this device, my tablet. So when it came time to set my avatar, I didn't have a whole lot of good pictures in there to use. So I just pulled that one up. But basically, it's a meme where the guy in the middle's turning around saying, "Hey, go back. Something went wrong because all the dudes in line turned into a female." It's the whole transgender movement thing. Which there again, based on my theories of what's going on, him turning around and saying, "Hey, go back. Something's gone wrong." And that's highly appropriate for what's hanging around with my picture. So as a human, I know what dry, itchy skin feels like. Yeah, exactly. But you don't know what it feels like on your dog. Oh, geez. Hey, what can I say? I tell everybody I'm pretty straightforward and maybe just a little twisted. So, hey, it's just one of the many perspectives of I have of this realm that we're in. What my particular path, if you will, has led me to experience. And there's a whole lot more of it running rampant in the world. I mean, I can tell you, I can sit down, I can pull up a whole bunch of Hollywood movies, and I can show you the guys that are chicks and the chicks that are guys. It just is what it is. And to lean towards the twisted, well, yeah, that the dude in the dress, right? That's pretty twisted. So yeah, we're leaning that way, huh? I don't judge anybody though. Is what it is what I always say is my favorite saying these days. I realize the fact I can only control so much, and I leave everything for the universe to provide for me. The avatars. Yeah, I don't think so, hardly. Yeah, I don't think maybe the middle dude there turning around saying, "Hey, better go back. Something's gone wrong." That's probably more like it, not the end one. I'm uh I'm all Italian in that regard. The Italian Stallion is one of those nicknames. You don't get that wearing a dress and high heels. Now, if I were to throw my closest avatar up there, it would probably be something like Superman or something. That's like saying, we were talking last time, a lot of people in this world struggle between arrogance and assuredness. They're two different things, but they look very similar on the surface, don't they? I've always been assured of myself. People have called me arrogant in the past, but what's arrogant about backing up what you say, right? I mean, because then it's just truth, and there's nothing arrogant about the truth. It just is what it is. And quite honestly, the truth doesn't really need me to speak for it either. It stands all on its own. Mine would be a crone. David Letterman was the last hero. Yeah, he was all right, David Letterman. I liked him. I don't think he had anything on people like Robin Williams, though. David Letterman, what is he's somewhat a comic, right? Runs a late night show where he just talks to people. People like Robin Williams, they made people laugh. Laughter's, the best medicine, right? So I believe you Mads Mikkelsen is a twisted one. I don't know Mads Mikkelsen. But see there again, like in the days when I lived in the Australian outback, I thought Benny Hill and Monty Python were pretty cool too. You know, I used to stay up pretty late to watch Benny Hill and Monty Python when I was in Australia. Oh, Jennifer's Picture. Okay. I never knew that's what it was. See, most everything I do is on my phone, and all the thumbnails, everything are so small, and my eyes are terrible anyway, so I can hardly see half of what people's thumbnails are. Brian had many secrets. Well, that's that could be. That could be. Many of them do, right? That's why, again, that's why all your actors, I feel, are insecure, right? Isn't that what they say? Is they're all insecure? Well, because they're probably worried about being found out. They've all got their own little secrets too. He sold his soul a long time ago, right? Okay, I'm totally upped up. Oh, Jennifer, you're fine. Because it's one of two ways, right? Either all of us in this room are all effed up together. That's why we're all here, right? Or you're not as bad as you think you are. It's got to be one or the other. And I don't think everybody here is together because we're all effed up. Now the rest of the world may look at us and say, that group over there, they're really effed up. But that's, the rest of the world speaking. His level of fame, that's yeah, and and that's all of them, right? They're all part of the same group. Just the good-looking ones get to be in movies. The not so good-looking ones get to be on TV, and the ugly ones are in politics. But it's all the same clan, and some of them are even in sports. But this is the other aspect I've come to learn, though, is they have to follow that script. They have no freedom in their life where in yours, mine's, and our lives, we have the freedom to screw up, fall down, get up, and try it again. They don't. They have to walk a particular path only and have to follow a script. So that's just the way I see that one. Which brings me back to people like, say, Robin Williams, who I mentioned earlier. Loved Robin Williams to death, but the simple fact he was where he was at. Yep, exactly. Without making sacrifices. And the greater they are in the public eye, the more sacrificing they had to do to get there. That's why you'll hear things like, in the music industry, let's say, you'll have people talk about a band being completely underrated and they didn't get the recognition that, people felt they deserved. Well, they didn't get it because they probably didn't do the sacrificing to put themselves in the place to get that recognition. Some cat in a money cage 101. Yeah, it's all a money cage right now. Well, we're all blinded, Jennifer. The human eye only sees 0.0001% of the available light spectrum. Like, for example, we don't see an infrared, we don't have night vision, but there are critters on this planet that can see all that, right? And that was just part of what was taken. And some of them aren't talented at all, but because they sacrificed a lot, they still get the limelight. Those are the worst ones. Well, they're all bad. It don't matter, but talent only takes you so far, right? But I don't know. Some people, talent takes a long ways. I think it gets back to that whole karma thing. Now I have to go smoke. Smoke them if you got them, right? Puff, puff, pass. Make sure it goes to the left. Not in this effed up world, right? But it will get better. Don't ask me when, I don't know, but it's coming. If I'd have had my way, it would have happened months ago already, but it is what it is. I had a different, or some more, whatever, of this walk to go through. Well, my ticker says here I've been on here about 4 hours, and it's about 11 o'clock my time. Not that kind of smoke. Oh, I'm sorry, Jennifer. My bad. But I appreciate everybody for coming by. I hope y'all enjoyed your stay here and had a laugh. That's really what it's all about, just some laughs, getting together and having fun. 4 more hours, yeah. I'd probably be falling asleep by then. Let's see, 4 more hours, that would take me till 3 in the morning. Yeah, that's probably not going to happen. I'd have to go mix up another pot of coffee, and then I would have to go for a smoke for that kind. Actually, both kinds. The nicotine part, although I am doing really good with that. I used to be a pack a day smoker, and now I can make a pack last 3, 4, sometimes 5 days. So, oh, hey, you're welcome, Jennifer, and thank you, everybody who stopped by tonight and participated and had a good time. I love all of you. Like I said, there's a reason that we all run in the circles that we do and into the chats that we find each other. And chances are, um, chances are in reality we have a connection there too. So it wouldn't surprise me at all, and it doesn't surprise me that we're all here. So, like I said, I would just hope I was able to provide a little fun, maybe some insight, some different thoughts. You know me, I'm different, but came a long way. Yeah, I mean, hell, I was on YouTube for 10 years before I even put down my first video of what I thought. But see, I didn't want to be like everybody else on YouTube and just get up there and just put some random shit. If I was going to put something up, I wanted it to be from the heart, something that I thought was really going on that might, make a difference. But the funny thing is, the more I got in, it didn't really matter. So, so it's one of those things where I've almost come full circle to where I could probably almost go back to sleep again and not even worry about what I know. You know what I'm saying? That's how bad it is. So, but I do love all of you. Thanks for stopping by. And I'm sure I'll be doing this again some other time. I'll have more days off coming where I won't need the rest and whatnot. But everybody out there, I love you. Stay safe, stay warm, and till next time.